Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the August 21st, 2025 El Paso County Planning Commission meeting. My name is Tim Trowbridge. I'm the Vice Chair of the Commission, and we will start off today with me appointing the voting members today. Ms. Britton Jack, Ms. Fuller, Mr. Moraes, Mr. Schutzplatz, Mr. Whitney, and myself, 6 members. We have a quorum. We can conduct business. All right, next up, staff report items. Ms. Harrington.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Megan Harrington, Planning Director. I do not have any specific report items for you today, sir. I would ask Mr. Kilgore if he has any updates. Thank you.
Mr. Kilgore.
Don't have anything for you this morning, sir, but perhaps Ms. Merriam could give you the next PC meeting date.
Okay.
The next PC meeting date is going to be September 18th. The next one has actually been canceled. We don't have any items on that agenda at this time, so it'll be the second PC for September.
Very good. Thank you. All right. This is the time when we have public comment available for things that are not on the agenda. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak to the Planning Commission about something that's not on our agenda today? Okay, seeing none. Do we have anyone online? Okay, thank you. All right. With that, we will step into our consent calendar first. First item is the approval of the minutes from the August 7th meeting. Are there any corrections or changes that anybody noticed that need to be made? No? All right. Seeing none, we will deem the minutes from August 7th approved. Next item up is agenda item 3B, file number AL256, a special use for a message display billboard at 8655 West Highway 24. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to see that pulled and heard as a regular item? What that means is we will, for any of these consent items, if you want it pulled, we will move it to the regular calendar and we will have a full hearing on that and you'll be able to comment on it. Yes, sir. All right. I saw that. We will move that down. Hear that as a regular item in due course. The next item is agenda item number 3C, file number AL252, a special use for an electronic message display at 3627 West Colorado Avenue. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to see that pulled? All right, got another one. Moving on, agenda item 3D, file number P254, a map amendment rezone for Antler Ridge. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to see that pulled and heard as a regular item? No? Any commissioners like to have that pulled?
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to have the staff address the letter that was written.
Okay, so just a quick question.
Good question.
All right, very good. Can we get the planner up?
Good morning, Lisa Elgin with Planning and Community Development.
Mr. Moraes?
There was a citizen who wrote in for this agenda item, and the concern was, as I gather from the letter, water. And so just maybe you could talk about how water is determined at this point during the rezoning and where it's determined, if not now.
Yes, water is not considered with the rezone application, but it will be considered with their preliminary plan, which should be forthcoming soon.
So conceptually, if water does not exist for this project, then the project would stop.
Exactly.
Land could be rezoned, but then nothing could really be built on it at that point because there's not enough water.
Exactly.
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, the chair will entertain a motion on agenda item 3D.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Moraes?
With regards to agenda item 3D, file number P254 for a map amendment rezoning for Antler Ridge, I move for approval in accordance with the attached resolution with 6 conditions and 1 notation, and that this item be forwarded to the Board of County Commissioners for their consideration. Actually, correction, it's 2 conditions and 2 notations.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
No, that's the purpose of a consent calendar is to not have a hearing. It's when there isn't. I see.
And I'll just remind the commission, and for the record, Erica Keach on behalf of the county attorney's office, it's within the discretion of the commission whether to move an item from the consent calendar to the regular calendar.
Thank you. All right, I think we will go ahead and move that. All right. Except I have a motion in a second.
And pause it. Or maybe you want to see what is issued.
Okay. We will table that motion for now, and we will come back to it. All right. Next item up is agenda item 3E, file number ID 253, Special District Service Plan for the Antler Creek Metropolitan District. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to have that pulled and heard as a regular item? Any commissioners? Very well. Chair will entertain a motion on item 3E.
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Fuller.
Oh.
Ms. Britton-Jack, you have a question?
I do. Do we not have to approve the rezoning before we go into the special district?
I was tabling that motion until later.
But can we vote on the special district before doing that? Is my question.
Oh, that's a good question. I believe we can. I don't think the zoning impacts the Metropolitan District, does it?
Excuse me, Carrie Parsons with Planning and Community Development. The Planning Commission is a recommending body to the Board of County Commissioners, and therefore it's your recommendation for approval to the Board of County Commissioners. It's not the final end-all, so I don't think there is any issue with continuing with the consent item. If we were at Board of County Commissioners, I may have something else to say.
Okay, but the question was, does the Metropolitan District depend on the rezone?
Can we do the next item?
There are policies within the special district that talk about the need for underlying land use. And there should be special justification if the underlying land use hasn't been approved yet, which is noted in the staff report. But as I mentioned, the Planning Commission is a recommending body to the Board of County Commissioners. The Board of County Commissioners has the end-all vote. So I don't think it interferes with the ability for the Planning Commission to make a motion on this item and then hear the rezoning later today on the calendar.
Gotcha. All right. Any other questions? All right, very good. Coming back. Ms. Fuller, you were about to make a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chair, with regards to agenda item 3E, file ID 253, for a special district service plan, Antler Creek Metropolitan District, I move for approval in accordance with the attached resolution with 6 conditions and 1 notation, and that this item be forwarded to the Board of County Commissioners for their consideration.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Schutzplatz. Is there any discussion on the motion to recommend approval for agenda item 3E ID 253? Seeing none, the chair will call the vote. Ms. Britton-Jack,
Aye.
Ms. Fuller,
Aye.
Mr. Moraes,
Aye.
Mr. Schutzplatz,
Aye.
Mr. Whitney,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye, and item 3E is recommended for approval. All right, moving on. Item 3F, file number ID 254, a special district service plan for Triple H Ranch Metropolitan Districts 1 through 3. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to have that pulled and heard as a regular item? Righty. Gotcha. All right, and finally, Agenda item 3G, file number ID 255, a special district service plan for Wilshire Metropolitan District numbers 1 and 2. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to have that pulled and heard as a regular item? Okay. We're almost batting 1,000 today. Yeah. Yeah. All right, that is everything on the consent calendar. We will now go back. The first item we pulled was item 3B. File. We will take them in the order they were given. Agenda item 3B, file number AL 256, a special use for the message display billboard at 8655 West Highway 24.
Hello, Miranda Benson with El Paso County Planning, presenting AL 256. All right, which is 8655 West Highway 24, the electronic message display billboard conversion. I introduced myself, but with me will be Joseph Sandstrom with the Department of Public Works as the associate engineer on the project. For any public input on this project, if you'd like to participate remotely, please provide your name and a reliable phone number to pcdhearings@elpasoco.com. The request before you is a request by Lamar Advertising for approval of a special use application to allow for electronic message display conversion of an existing two-sided billboard along a restricted corridor. Lamar is also proposing to use their available billboard credit to expand each size from the existing 238 square feet to 378 square feet. The existing height of 46.6 feet will be reduced to 40 feet high in order to meet the current zoning dimensional standards, and they are also proposing to relocate their billboard from the northern side between two existing buildings on the lot to the southern side of the lot where there are no existing buildings. Conversion of an existing static display billboard within any restricted corridor requires Board of County Commissioner approval per our Land Development Code. The property is currently zoned CC, which is community commercial, and it is located along Highway 24, which is identified in the Land Development Code as a restricted corridor. Within the special use request, Lamar is also requesting that an alternative lighting design be considered. This is a zoning map of the property along Highway 24, as well as an image of the roadside view. The zoning of community commercial is intended to accommodate retail sales service establishments that generally require freestanding or small center-type buildings that primarily serve the adjoining neighborhoods. This property is not within any overlay districts, and the off-premise signage is allowed with special use approval in the CC zoning district. This is the criteria for approval of special use. I'm going to pause on this slide. This is what is being considered today. This is a depiction of the site plan provided along with the special use. If you can see my mouse, you can see that the current existing billboard is between the two buildings, and they are proposing to relocate it to the southern side of the property with no further encroachment to the highway corridor, meeting all setbacks and height requirements. This is a depiction of as existing alongside the as proposed depiction of the billboard. For signs, any new off-premise sign utilizing the lighting of EMD shall submit a lighting plan showing that they are meeting the lighting standards of the code. And the lighting standards of the code depict that they shall not exceed 0.1 foot candles at the property lines adjacent to any public right-of-way. So a lighting plan was provided by Lamar Advertising. But due to the existing billboard's placement on the property, the light level will slightly exceed 0.1 foot candles at the property line, but will remain well within the state's limit of 0.3 foot candles along the right-of-way. And this is the lighting plan that was provided by the applicant. Key areas within the master plan identify the areas that are characterized by unique local characteristics having influence on the land use and development. This property is within the Pikes Peak influence area, as well as the small towns and rural communities. Being that the Pikes Peak area is an area of tourism, strengthening the county's overall economy, advertisement along the Highway 24 corridor is to be expected. There is no anticipated impact to the key area of influence here. The area of change is the minimal change developed as well as protected conservation area. And because this is a conversion replacement of an existing billboard on the property, it is not anticipated to impact that existing character. There are also no historical or conservation areas on this property that would be impacted. The place type is within the rural center place type. As this is characterized by the mix of uses that support the community, this place type area is not expected to be impacted by the conversion of a billboard. And then I will invite Joe up to address the traffic and drainage slides. Do you have any questions for planning?
Questions? Mr. Whitney?
Just a comment. Very nice to see you.
Thank you. You too.
Hello, Joe Sandstrom, Department of Public Works, Associate Engineer. For this special use project, traffic impact study was not required because it meets the TIS exemption and ECM B.1.2D. No public improvements were required for the special use, and then the El Paso County road impact fee doesn't apply because it's the exchange of the billboards. Any questions about traffic? Okay.
Thank you.
For drainage, drainage and erosion impacts are considered to be negligible for this application, and so a drainage report and grading erosion control plan were not required. The billboard is not located within a regulatory floodplain. Any questions about drainage? Okay, thank you.
In preparation for the public hearing, Planning and Community Development did mail notice of public hearing letters to 18 surrounding property owners within the standard 500-foot range. Notice of public hearing posters were also placed on the property. Public comment has been provided. The emails have been printed and provided to you during this hearing. And then this project is scheduled to be heard on the September 11th Board of County Commissioners hearing. With that, I will invite the applicant up to provide his presentation.
Good morning. My name is Justin Johnston. I'm here representing Lamar Advertising. So I'm here today to request, let me slide over here, to convert an existing billboard into an electronic messaging display or an EMD. This is not a new location. We'll just be replacing the existing structure on the same property. As part of the project, we'll be relocating the sign to the eastern edge of the property. That will better align with the current use of the site. Lamar has operated here in El Paso County since 1991. We've got ties all the way back to 1935 through some of the previous companies, Nagley Outdoor and Harris Advertising. And I think this project reflects our continued commitment to responsible sign management. So this sign is located at 8655 West Highway 24 in Cascade. It's been in place since 1984. It sits on a commercially zoned property. It's a legal conforming use. The proposal is to convert both static faces into an electronic message display and to relocate to the eastern edge of the property using a county-issued billboard credit. That allows us to increase the size from 238 square feet, which the current structure is, to 378 square feet. You obtain a billboard credit by removing a structure previously within the restricted corridor. So we got that credit for removing a structure in Highway 24 previously. We're going to reduce the height of the current structure to 40 feet, and it will not require any public infrastructure or services to operate. This is a strategic modernization of the existing structure. So EMDs offer a wide range of benefits. Where the traditional sign serves only one advertiser, this will allow us to serve 8. But in addition to that, that helps to make it more accessible to small businesses in El Paso County. It allows us to provide more time for nonprofit messaging. We utilize them for Amber Alerts, FBI Most Wanted notices, emergency weather alerts. So I'd say the sign would help us support the community beyond just advertising. So the sign is programmed to dim automatically based on ambient light. It will not exceed 500 nits at night. It has an automatic shutoff feature if it malfunctions. Each message will stay on the screen for at least 4 to 8 seconds. There is no flashing, there's no video, there's no animation. We worked with Daktronics, the manufacturer, to complete a photometric analysis that confirms compliance with county and CDOT standards. Under normal operating conditions, the sign is fully compliant with county standards. Real-world brightness typically falls between 0.02 and 0.06 at the property boundaries. So the photometric analysis provided shows a worst-case scenario. So if the sign was displaying all white content, that's how they have to do their measurements. But in real-world advertisements, there's a variation of color. Some of them are dark and all in between. So they provided a study on that shows that despite the photometric analysis, we should fall within compliance. The photometric, well, let me continue here. Additionally, the only slight overage that would be shown in the worst case scenario is limited to the northeastern edge of the site, which is along the CDOT right-of-way. Not near any homes, private property. CDOT allows up to 0.3 foot candles. So even under worst case scenarios, we're still in compliance. The sign sits on a CC zone commercial parcel. There is currently a bar and grill, an empty residence that the property owner intends to use for a commercial purpose in the future, and an existing billboard. This is not a residential setting. The relocated structure increases the setback from the nearest home up to 565 feet. So by moving it to the eastern edge, we're actually increasing distance. In addition, there are mature trees along the western and northwestern edges that provide further visual buffering. The upgrade is fully compatible with existing land use and coding, and it does not generate traffic, strain services, alter site access. This is simply a modernization of the existing structure. The county has recognized that billboards are a necessary and appropriate advertising medium. There are acceptable locations for them, and this project is in one of those. We're not adding a new sign, we're upgrading one that already exists. It aligns with the intent of the land use code and helps meet advertising demand without the need to increase sign density. The quick comparison chart here shows how EMD increases efficiency and public benefit. More advertisers can use the same structure. Public safety messaging is possible. Light is controlled through technology, and the structure can be remotely shut off if something goes wrong. EMDs allow us to support multiple advertisers on a single sign, and it reduces the need for additional billboard structures. helping to minimize visual clutter. Was associated with this slide. Apologies. Our local office manages all of our structures. So we're located here in Colorado Springs. We have 15 employees. We work hard to ensure compliance and community partnership. We maintain our own structures. We coordinate closely with the local planners, as well as CDOT. In closing, this conversion is a low-impact upgrade. I believe it has significant community benefits, supports local businesses, it provides a proven platform for emergency alerts, public messaging, it meets all regulatory standards, and reduces the need for future billboard construction. If there are any questions about traffic safety, public benefit of emergency messaging, I'd be happy to go into more detail on that if asked. In the meantime, we request your support and approval for this project. Thank you.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you, sir. Anything else from staff on this, Ms. Benson?
For public comment, I was just going to pull up the criteria for approval.
Excellent, thank you. Ms. Fuller, you have a question?
Is the county allowing any new billboards to be constructed at this time?
We do with billboard credits.
Okay, so it's shifting from one to, it's like if someone didn't have a credit, they couldn't just, well, I guess they could go through the process, but generally, is the county against that?
So all new electronic conversion or electronic proposed billboards would have to come through the Board of County Commissioners procedure. So if there was a new, not existing previously billboard, it would come before the board for their final decision.
Have we seen any?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Whitney?
Mr. Chair, my apologies. Could the gentleman who presented, can I bother you with one question that's rolling around in my head and I should have asked you before I let you get away? My apologies. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sir, you offered, your presentation says there's no impact on traffic. And and that may or may not be the case with respect to numbers of vehicles or what have you. I understand that. But what about, what is your sense of whether there's an impact on traffic in the sense of distracted drivers by virtue of this presentation?
Yeah, so I could, I've got additional slides that I could refer to, but what I can tell you is that there have been multiple studies, independent studies by other municipalities, Albuquerque, Rochester, Ohio, as well as the Federal Highway Traffic Administration. All of those studies were extensive and they showed that there was no statistical impact in regards to traffic accidents where electronic or static billboards were installed. They compared those numbers along similar stretches of highway without billboards, and that was their conclusion, no statistical increase in traffic accidents.
And did I understand you to say you have slides to that effect?
Yes, I do. If I could.
The only reason I ask is I think that's likely to be important, and it'd probably be nice for them to be part of the record if there are
Okay,
such.
understood. Yeah. Let me get my my notes pulled back up.
And while you're doing that, I know you know this, but the reason I'm asking you is that one of our criteria is that the special use would not create, quote, unmitigated traffic hazards, whatever the heck an unmitigated traffic hazard is. But
Understood.
that's one of the criteria.
Yes. So I did dig into this a little bit, and just for reference, we do operate 11 others in the county, all which have been approved previously through special use, which would imply that, you know, there was no traffic impact. But so what I have here is, you know, safety is always a priority for us. I think we have solid data that backs up that this upgrade would not compromise safety. The Federal Highway Administration, as I was saying, and multiple multi-year studies. I said Albuquerque, Rochester, Cuyahoga County, amongst many others, have all reached the same conclusion. There is no statistically significant increase in crashes after the installation of electronic message displays. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says driver distraction becomes a concern when glances away from road exceeds 2 seconds. They did eye tracking studies, and they showed that the glances towards EMDs are well below that threshold. I think the maximum, was 1.4 seconds in that scenario. Beyond the research, I believe we meet every El Paso County standard. The 4 to 8 second hold time, no flashing, no video, no animation. So that's always the fear with the public, is that this is going to be distracting. We're playing videos. It displays just the same as a regular billboard. It just gives us the ability to change content. And the way that content is changed is instantaneous. There's no transition. There's no slide across. It truly changes instantaneously. I have a little bit more. So what I was saying is, whether you're looking at digitals or conventional billboards, accident data shows no statistical relationship between their presence and vehicle crashes. Number and rate of accidents did not increase after installation of off-premise digital billboards. And in fact, accident rates near these signs are comparable to similar sections of highway without billboards at all. So the bottom line is accidents occur anywhere with or without billboards, but the data makes clear that these signs, when they meet the modern standards that are set forth by CDOT, which would be our next step after this, as well as the county, have no traffic safety impact.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Can we get the criteria back up? Thank you. As she's doing that, then, so the way this goes, you've seen the presentations. Now we will open it up to public comment. I will first ask for those in favor of this item to come forward, and then I'll ask for those who are opposed. And when you come up, we do have a sign-in sheet at the podium. We ask that you sign in so that we have your name for the record, and then you can use either microphone to speak to us. Please direct all your comments and questions to the Planning Commission and not to the staff or the applicant. We will ask those questions on your behalf when we get there. Okay? So is there anyone here who would like to speak in favor of this item? Okay, seeing none. I believe we had at least one person who was against. That's why we pulled this. Yes, sir, please. Now's your time to come forward. Yes, there should be a pen there.
Repeating what I signed in over there.
It's okay.
Good morning. I'm Larry Barrett. I live at 2851 Tenderfoot Hill Street, Colorado Springs, Colorado. And it's my pleasure to meet before you and testify on a very important topic and a very sensitive subject. I have a prepared statement that I have sent earlier, and I will talk through that as we proceed. I represent Scenic Colorado. Our mission is to preserve and enhance the visual environment and the aesthetic character of the countrysides of Colorado. We've been around since the early 1990s. I would point out that my comments actually are going to combine both this proposal as well as the second one. So you'll sense some overlap. I would point out that the purpose of, in the county code itself, under sign code, they do state this purpose. So I'll read the whole thing because it's very relevant. To limit the impact of billboards on the community, to improve the appearance of entryways into the community, such as Interstate 25 and Highway 24, to ensure compatibility between billboards and adjacent land uses, especially residential uses, to limit the impact of sign clutter, to promote transportation safety, and to provide for visual enjoyment of the community's natural settings. The county recognizes that billboards are a necessary and appropriate advertising medium, that there are acceptable and viable locations for billboards within the community. And as a side, I would point out that the community of El Paso County jurisdiction currently hosts 66 billboard locations. So we're increasing that by 2. So the county is doing a fine job in one sense, as it says here, that billboards are necessary and appropriate advertising devices. Now my comments. I understand there is a time limit, so I'll try to cover all these. The stated purpose of the
Sir,
billboard.
I would ask that you don't read any comments you previously submitted. As you noted, we have received your email and or any letters that you've been here. Please just make sure you address the criteria and make your points as succinctly as possible. Thank you.
I'll try to do that. My first point would be that just talked about the purpose of the sign code. And one of the purposes, of course, is highway safety. And we just heard a little bit about highway safety. In fact, studies have shown that 23% of, sorry, I misstate this, 23% of all crashes are due to distraction of the billboards. And that comes from the National Highway Safety Administration. In fact, they did a big study a few years ago that's about 150, compilation of 150 different studies looking at impacts to traffic. One of the conclusions they point out is that it's very difficult to establish statistically significant, which was an emphasis we heard earlier, statistically significant relationship. That is very clear that there's a correlation between sign placement and accidents. There was a study done in Wisconsin over billboard placement, and it was determined that there was an appearance of accidents there. I think Toronto also sponsored another study. So you can probably find studies on both sides of this issue. But it's pretty clear that the National Highway Safety Administration says while they can't find statistical relationships, there does appear to be correlation. And why is that? Because statistically, when there are accidents recorded by the police, they don't point out, oh yeah, it was a billboard that caused it. Very, very few significant criteria are set when they're reporting accidents. So that's one reason why it's difficult to find that correlation. A second point about all this is property values. So there have been some economic studies that have shown that when billboards go up, neighboring properties have a decrease in value. The main study they did on that was in Philadelphia, but there also was a study in Michigan. The third point I'll make here is that community appearances in the region are important, and this is evident by the many positive comments that people make about how pleasant it is to live in Colorado, how pleasant it is to live in Colorado Springs. So that shows a certain sensitivity to the environmental and visual impact. There are numerous polls that have been done to find out what people think about billboards, and the general conclusion is they're against them. In Florida, 90% against billboards. Houston, public opinion, 81% against the vast majority. Missouri, 78%. Rhode Island, 67%. Colorado, 80%. So these are not a popular implementation or a popular construction. Billboards are seen as eyesores, unsightly, urban blight, neighborhood blight. In short, they're visual pollution. So that's what we're dealing with here is visual pollution. Highway 24 is a scenic corridor. It was mentioned in the purpose of the billboards, and so we need to be very sensitive to Highway 24 and not contaminate it any further. In a sense, what we're asking is to protect the view shed of Pikes Peak or bust. So in our case, we're saying to drive along US 24 and be able to see Pikes Peak, that could be a distraction. And recall, at this location, as well as the other one down there near Red Rocks Canyon Open Space, they're whizzing by at 50, 60 miles an hour. Going back to the traffic studies, it's been shown that if people are distracted, if drivers are distracted by 2 seconds or more, in other words, they take their eye off the road for 2 seconds or more, doubles the chance of a risk of an accident, doubles the risk of an accident. Red Rock Canyon Open Space is adjacent to US 24, and that would be heavily impacted by the location of the billboard at that location down there on Ridge Road across from Red Rocks Canyon Open Space. Restricting billboards is good for business and tourism, and that's indicated by the prohibitions in many jurisdictions. So, for example, there's my phone going off here. In Colorado, many important counties prohibit billboards. Teller County to our west of this location, Boulder County, Douglas County, Jefferson County, Boulder, Larimer, and Weld County. So all these counties prohibit new electronic billboards. And so it's good for business and tourism. And remember, we're a tourist state, we're a tourist city. There are also many municipalities that restrict billboards. These include, and I'll just read them off quickly here. Colorado Springs does not allow electronic billboards in the city.
Mr. Barrett, I'm going to ask you to wrap it up.
I'm getting to the last sentence here. Fort Collins, Boulder, Estes Park, etc., Steamboat Springs, no billboards are allowed in those locations that are electronic billboards. So in recommendation of Scenic Colorado is that you deny the applications for billboards, do not further degrade the visual environment of America the Beautiful, and do not compromise traffic safety, and the environment along the scenic corridor. That's a very important distinction to make here. We got a visual corridor that we want to protect. And I'll stop with that and entertain any questions.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to interject for a moment. Multiple applications were just referenced in this gentleman's testimony, and I just wanted to note that that will not be part of the record for the second application unless he gets up and makes them again.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any questions for Mr. Barrett? Mr. Whitney.
My apologies, Mr. Chair. Two things, sir. One, if I understand correctly with respect to this application, you mentioned that we're adding 2 billboards. If I understand correctly, we're not. We're replacing one that's legally there with an EMD. So there's not a net increase in billboards. There may be a net increase in types of billboards, but not a net increase in billboards.
That's a fair distinction to make.
And the other question I had was, just I'm interested in your perspective on this. The portion of the code that you read said that one of the portions or one of the things we're concerned about is clutter. And if I understood this correctly, this electronic billboard, if it were approved, would permit essentially 4 to 8. I forget how many people you said could advertise. 8? So this would replace 7 other billboards potentially that might be applied for to be placed in the county. So how do you react to that? In other words, what's your sense of whether an EMD actually cuts down on potential clutter as opposed to adds more billboards and more clutter?
Not sure I understand the question. If it's a question about the proliferation of billboards, I guess is what you're driving at.
In other words, this is the equivalent of building 8 billboards because it has 8 different advertisers on it.
That's true. That the face time change is going to be every 4 seconds or every 8
Right.
seconds or whatever they determine.
Okay,
So that could be a distraction by itself. If it,
I understand.
if
Yep.
it changes, say, every 5 seconds, that's 12 new faces in the period of 1 minute.
I understand.
And for a driver driving along, one of the things I didn't say here, that the studies show that drivers are distracted by changing messages and by bright billboards, whether they want to look at them or not, they do. So it's
Okay.
a big challenge to just keep driving when you're being distracted by a bright sign.
I
Very
understand
bright.
it. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Bear, so I think the only point that you're bringing up that really hits the review criteria would be the safety. And you're pointing to a 23% of accidents due to distractions. But is that this distraction
That could
or is
be
it the billboard? So you don't have anything that definitively points to a billboard being the distraction?
Only I referenced the Toronto study and the Wisconsin study, but the distraction that the National Highway Safety Administration talks about could be a cell phone, could be a radio, could be a kid in the back seat that you're trying to
Okay.
under control.
Thank you.
And billboards included are part of it.
Anybody else? Thank you, Mr. Behrman.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to speak against this item? Please come forward. I will ask you to not necessarily repeat anything that Mr. Barrett has said. Make sure it's your own testimony. We don't need to hear the same thing
You've had enough.
2 or 3 different times. No, sir, I'm not saying that. We do listen, but we don't need to hear 5 people say they don't like it because it's distracting.
I'm sympathetic with that. Morning, Commissioners. My name's Gary Bradley. I live at 3760 Camel's View. I'm a 50-year resident of El Paso County. I'm a Colorado native, and I came here back, returned, stayed because of the environment, because of the joy of preserving things, but also enjoying just the greatness of Colorado. For over 33 years, I worked on Colorado Mountain Reclamation Foundation. We're the people who worked with Transit Mix to heal the Front Range scars, to heal Pikeview, to heal Queens, to heal Snyder Quarry. Those were community rubs. Those were people that complained about what was going on with those community rubs. And we worked on it for 33 years. And I'd like to say we are close to the end of repairing the Front Range mountain backdrop. So with that thought, I'm moving over to Highway 24. 24 is a scenic corridor, and 24 has where a majority of our tourists come in from the west, and it needs to be protected. I would point out to you, and it has not been pointed out by the applicant, that this corridor has no electronic billboards on it. None. So this would be a tipping point of adding electronic billboards onto the corridor from I-25 all the way up to the boundary of El Paso. So this is a historic decision that you're sitting on. I urge the commission to be visionaries and deny this. I think you're at a tipping point, and that tipping point is if you approve these electronic billboards for the corridor for 24, there's going to be other people knocking on your door, and I think we're going to go into the intrusion of frustrating and downgrading that wonderful corridor. Also, I've known Hal Ward for many years, who was the general manager here for the sign company, and he was here forever We had many discussions about billboards, and he was one of my neighbors, actually, where I own some property. Hal Ward never went into the I-25 corridor. I'm sorry, went into the 24 corridor with new electronic billboards. I think he respected what we were doing, and he respected that that's an important corridor. And he had great opportunities because their office was right there on 24, and he could have done that. So if you really want billboards, I encourage you to drive from Kansas City to St. Louis. There's only 307 billboards there. So if you want to get a fill of billboards, you can get it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Okay. Thank you. Anybody else want to speak against this item? Yep, please, come on up.
Yes, my name is Victor Bradford, and I live at 817 Panorama Drive in Colorado Springs. Thank you for the opportunity as a citizen to come up and speak here. Thank you for your work on behalf of the county. And also, Lamar, I found many of your advertisements to be very informative, and I think you made some very good points. So I'd like to speak as a citizen, and I'm also as a docent at one of the largest city parks in Colorado Springs. And these are my opinions here. I've seen thousands of visitors come through who are overwhelmed by the magical beauty that we have here in the Springs. Many of them are on their way to Pikes Peak. And this any kind of distraction that they have from viewing the great outdoors is maybe an incremental chink that will lower the value of their experience here and their enthusiasm. In addition, even though, as we've heard, there may not be a direct correlation between billboards as such, but if you add, consider this to be an incremental distraction. Highway 24, we already have an increasing number of things like distractions like potholes, I think increasingly aggressive drivers, traffic. Again, those are just my opinions. And having just one more incremental distraction might be a factor in the traffic, not only in the accident rate, but just also in the stress that we feel as drivers. So that's the end of my opinions, and I thank you very much again for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Bradford. Appreciate it. Any questions, board? No? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience want to speak against this item? All right. Seeing none, we'll give the applicant an opportunity to come forward and state any rebuttal arguments they'd like to make.
First of all, I want to thank everybody that's come to share your concerns. I have a lot of respect for that. I think ultimately it's just important that we look at the facts. There was a study referenced for the 23% of all distracted driving. Within that study, it included wildlife and scenery in general, cell phones, all of that, so not being billboard specific. In reference to the scenic corridor, CDOT actually regulates what they call scenic byways. And on those scenic byways, we are not allowed to do digital conversions or apply for new signs. Highway 24 under that corridor is not designated by the state as a scenic byway. And if it were, CDOT would shut us down before we could finish our conversion. You know, and I also want to address the concern about other people coming in. You know, if we put one in there, you know, that other companies are going to come in and build multiple. El Paso County is a cap and replace county. More specifically on Highway 24, if you don't remove a billboard, you're not going to get a credit to put a new billboard up. So the county's done a very good job in the past about regulating that issue, I think. So, and then more than anything, I understand the concerns. I would say what excites me most about the electronic conversions is just the ability to add the public safety messaging, in particular Amber Alerts. There's been studies, one out of Arizona, that's shown out of the 18 that they were looking at the time that were displayed on electronic messaging displays, that there were 18 successful recoveries. Sounds a little bit biased, but I think anything we do to add that element, you know, we have it on the radio, you have it on your cell phone, but what the billboard provides is a visual element. You can see the vehicle, you can see the child, you don't have to look at a description. When I see those descriptions, it really, you know, I don't think the description helps. So I think it's just a good aid. So I would hope that, you know, moving forward that some of those who might not be on the same page as us might see that we do offer a public benefit, and it's one of the things I'm most excited about personally. So thank you.
Any final questions? Thank you, Mr. Johnson. With that, we will conclude the testimony portion of the hearing. Commissioners, any discussion before we do a motion? Ms. Fuller.
We're not really adding another billboard. So I'm going to be in favor of this. I think in general, our opposition just doesn't want a billboard there at all. And maybe the argument is this is more ugly than the existing one. I don't think that we've had anything that has told us we're not meeting the review criteria, so I'll be in favor of it.
Ms. Britton-Jack.
Ms. Svensson, could you bring up the slide that shows where it's located on 24, please?
This slide?
Okay. Anybody else? Mr. Schutzplatz.
Yeah, I just add, you know, looking at the criteria, since there is a sign there already, they're replacing it with the electronic side. A lot of those criteria have already been met with an existing billboard. The only one that kind of jumps out at me is that we meet the requirements for it's not in front of me now, but one of them was light. And so if they meet the requirements with the light with CDOT and what we've got, that's the only thing that I would say. So I would be in favor of it too, because we're not putting in a new one. We're actually replacing one. It's going to sit lower. Honestly, would probably look better, you know, if you've got the old side, you know, that the wallpaper's fallen down and they haven't replaced it yet. Digital, it doesn't do that. It doesn't fade. It doesn't deteriorate like an electronic one would. So I'd be in favor of this too.
Anybody else? Seeing none, the chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Schutzplatz.
With regards to agenda item 3B, file number AL256 for the special use for 8655 West Highway 24 electronic message display billboard conversion. That's a long one. I move for approval in accordance with the attached resolution with 3 notations and no findings of water sufficiency or anything, that this item be forwarded to the Board of County Commissioners for their consideration.
There a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Britton-Jack. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the chair will call the vote. Ms. Britton-Jack.
Aye.
Ms. Fuller.
Aye.
Mr. Moraes.
Aye.
Mr. Schutzplatz.
Aye.
Mr. Whitney.
Aye.
And the chair will vote aye, and this item is recommended for approval 6-0. to nothing. With that, can we take a break for 5 minutes? Yep. And we'll come back and pick up the next billboard. like to call the meeting back to order, please. And I would remind everyone to please silence your cell phones. Kind of thought that goes without saying anymore, but apparently not. All right, we will pick back up with agenda item 3C, file number AL252, the special use for 3627 West Colorado Avenue, electronic message display billboard conversion. Ms. Benson.
Perfect, thank you. So again, Miranda Benson with El Paso County Planning, here to present AL 252, 3627 West Colorado Avenue, the EMD billboard conversion. Because this mirrors very much the same criteria as the last presentation, do you have any specific questions or topics you'd like me to cover to abbreviate this, or would you like me to go through the full?
I'm fine with abbreviating it. Any commissioners have any specific things they would like Ms. Benson to address? Mr. Whitney?
Mr. Chair, I know the only question is I want to be sure, based on her earlier comment, that that works for the legal folks.
I would ask that staff and the applicant hit the highlights, but an abbreviated version is permissible.
Thank you.
Perfect. So if there is any public input that would like to participate remotely, please provide your name with a reliable phone number to pcdhearings@elpasoco.com. The request before you is by Lamar Advertising for approval of a special use application to allow for electronic message display conversion of an existing single-sided billboard along a restricted corridor. There are no proposed changes to the dimension, height, or location for this request. Conversion of an existing static display within any restricted corridor requires board approval. This property is within C2 commercial zoning and is located along Highway 24, which our land development code identifies as being a restricted corridor. As part of this special use request, the applicant is requesting an alternative lighting design. The special use criteria was covered before, and here it is again. This is a zoning map as well as a depiction of the billboard along Highway 24. All right. Zoning does allow for off-premise sign under special use. And this is a depiction of the site plan drawings showing the billboard on the far eastern corner. It is along one of the side property lines. And this is side by side of as existing and as proposed. This is much the same that any any off-premise sign or billboard converting to EMD must meet the lighting standards of the code, which does allow for 0.1 foot candles at the property line. And the applicant is requesting an alternative design at worst case scenario that instead they may exceed the 0.1 foot candles at the property line, but would remain within the state's limit of 0.3 foot candles along public right-of-way. And then this is a depiction of the applicant's lighting proposal. The key area of influence on this project, it is within the Pikes Peak area of tourism, strengthening the county's overall economy. So advertisement is expected along the Highway 24 corridor. The area of change is transition, and while replacement or conversion of an existing billboard is not anticipated to impact the character of the corridor, the master plan does anticipate that changes are likely to occur in an area of transition. And the last is place type. This is within the urban residential place type, and that is characterized by the mix of uses, density, and proximity to incorporated areas. Joe with traffic, do you have any questions for Joe?
Do we have any questions for engineer? Okay, thank you.
And for drainage as well. Hearing notifications, this was notified to the surrounding property owners within our standard 500-foot range. So 68 letters went out and posters were placed on the property. Public comment has been provided and is here to speak today, and this will go to the September 11th Board of County Commissioners hearing for a final decision.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Benson?
Would you like the applicant to come up for a presentation as well?
I'll leave that up to the applicant. Mr. Johnston, do you want to come up and please come forward? You need to come and speak at the, the engineer has a comment.
Yeah, can I add something just since we're highlighting, there is a difference with this one for the engineering side.
Okay.
I just wanted to quickly just mention to you guys that this existing billboard is within the regulatory floodplain. We do consider it to be negligible impact. Again, it is an existing billboard, and the regional floodplain administrator also replied on this project that there's no comment. I just wanted to be able to share that information with you guys since that was different from the previous project.
Excellent. Thank you.
And again, I'll just add, it's okay if the applicant wants to provide an abbreviated presentation or just have the board identify any specific questions, but anything he said from the prior presentation would not be included in this record.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
This presentation would largely be the same. I can give you the highlights that this billboard is going to stay the same height. It's going to stay the same size. We're not requesting any changes other than the way that it displays copy. Other than that, it would be very repetitive. So I'm happy to do that, but let me know if you have any questions.
Any questions on this billboard? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Appreciate it. All right. So you've all seen how this works now. So we will open up the public testimony for anyone in the audience who would like to speak in favor of this item. Yep, I understand. All right, so those are against. You heard the attorney. You need to come up. Let's please not reiterate everything you said, perhaps, but simply reemphasize the high points that you want to raise. But we will hear you all again.
Again, my name is Larry Barrett, 2851 Tenderfoot Hill Street. I will simply say that my comments on this would be very similar to the comments on the prior one, so ditto, if you will. And you have a copy of my written remarks, and I tried to stick to the written remarks, but I'll add a couple things to this that's to emphasize maybe some earlier points. These electronic billboards, once they're up, are bright, hugely bright. And that's an important distinction to make. And I would particularly point out that this location across from Red Rock Canyon open space is very sensitive to environmentalists, to hikers, to bikers. And to have a bright billboard distracting from the pleasures of nature, I think is a travesty. I would point out that when the city acquired that open space, Red Rock open space, my recollection is that they tore down and bought out, if you will, 2 billboards that were already there. So historically, that corridor is being cleaned up little by little by little. Here were 2 billboards that the city bought out. The brightness is a real issue, and that intersection is a real issue. I'm sure you've driven along US 24 many times. To go into Red Rocks Canyon open space, you turn onto Ridge Road. When you come back out, you can only make a right-hand turn. If you're on Ridge Road heading south, you can only get onto US 24 with a right-hand turn. You can't make a left-hand turn. And I've seen some accident results there. I think that intersection is poorly designed and is going to be a challenge. Adding a billboard that's distracting a driver while they're trying to turn into the Red Rocks Canyon not, is asking for trouble. Now, this raises another aspect that if these electronic billboards go up and along comes CDOT a few years later and say, well, we're going to expand I-20, US 24 and improve the whole corridor, and that there has been some discussion and some preliminary plans about taking that interchange from where US 24 and I-25 meet going west. There have been discussions about putting cloverleafs in there at 8th Street, put a cloverleaf in at 21st Street, or put a cloverleaf in at Ridge Road. If you do that and have to buy out a billboard, the penalty is paying millions of dollars to that billboard company that you approved a few years earlier, perhaps, because you're going to buy them out because you're widening the highway and putting in an interchange. So I'd ask that consideration. Lastly, going back to the brightness, the CDOT conducted a review of their own billboard rules a few years ago, and I was part of the committee that reviewed them. There was an intense discussion about brightness and how to measure it, foot candles versus nits. And in the case of nits, some of the scholars and scientists say we only need to have, for daytime brightness, you only need to have 300 nits. And at nighttime, you can dial it down because of the brightness contrast. You can bring it down to 100 nits. Ultimately, the state chose foot candles. But again, the same thing applies to foot candles. How bright does it have to be in the daytime? How bright does it be at night? So I would encourage Lamar and the commission, if this ever happens again, to dig into that nit question. Because when Lakewood looked into the brightness question, they were considering electronic billboards. It got too confusing, and they just said no electronic billboards in Lakewood. And part of it was the risk that if they improved I-70, which runs through Lakewood, the idea there was to exchange billboards, put up electronic and take down static. That would be my last amendment to my comments. If Lamar wanted to come forward and say, we want to put up more electronic billboards in exchange for taking down 6 or 8 or 10 static billboards, we'd be happy to have that discussion. Some jurisdictions around the country have done that, I think Cleveland in particular. So there's that trade-off. We'll allow you to put up an electronic billboard if you take down 6 or 8 or 10, whatever signs there are. It's too late to get into that discussion now, I understand, but it's worth a consideration in the future. My comments were more generic and applied to all this, but if the staff and the commission decide to open up the billboard code again, those would be things we'd want to talk about. Brightness, how you measure brightness, exchanges, credits, and some of those kinds of details as we get into this. So I will conclude with that. Thank you for the opportunity.
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Barrett. And your comment about the code is timely. We are in the midst of a land development code update. In fact, we have a working group this afternoon. Please come forward. I'm sorry. Wasn't trying to stop you.
Gary Bradley, again, 3760 Camel's View, Colorado Springs, 80904. I have a couple points that I think are critical. One of your decision points on this is the applicant has complied with all of the requirements because they have credits from other area. I would question how many additional billboards Lamar has on the corridor already that could be converted. It would be nice to have our friends at Lamar commit to say, this is the only 2 electronic billboards that we will apply for on the scenic corridor. And that is our scenic corridor. Yeah, I know it's not the state scenic corridor. It's not on anyone. It's one that's very important to us, especially the visitors we get at the Garden of the Gods. And you probably know we get 4.5 million visitors at the Garden of the Gods. So question is for the applicant, how many other billboards could you potentially, with your credits, convert to electronic billboards? This could be a light up question right now because somebody new coming in saying, well, we'll just tear down about 2 more and convert them. That's a big deal. Question.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Bradley. Mr. Bradford, you want to come forward? Or anybody else?
I just wanted to, it sounds like you're already addressing the electronic advertising issue in your planning. So one of my coworkers showed me a video of a truck that had electronic advertising on the back of it. And it was the potential for even further electronic advertising is got a lot of potential for misuse, and hopefully that will be addressed in your. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bradford. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to speak against this item? And I was remiss before, but Ms. Jessica, I don't believe we have anybody online, do we?
No one online.
All right, thank you. All right, seeing no other testimony, we'll ask the applicant if they want to come up and provide any rebuttal comments on this item.
Briefly, I just want to discuss the lighting, which is understandable. Like I say, we operate here out of El Paso County. I raise a family here. I work here. Safety is important. I can tell you that the nighttime brightness is down to 1%. We actually dimmed it down further because of it's a darker area going up 24. We dimmed it to the lowest possible setting in order to be visible. I would encourage anytime there's an issue with lighting, which I'm very familiar with because I've done maintenance on all of these as well, to give us a call because we are local. Report it to code enforcement. We are happy to address that, but we're very confident in what we put up. And just want to reiterate that. So thank you.
Would you care to address how many billboards do you have along the 24 corridor that was referenced?
I'm going to ballpark it. I'm going to say starting at Ridge Road, we have 1, 2, 3, I believe 5 or 6 structures. And there is one other company that has one next to ours right at the county line going into Woodland Park area.
Any questions for the applicant? No? All right, thank you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right, with that, we will deem the testimony closed. Any discussion, commissioners, before we do a motion? Seeing none, the chair will entertain a motion on agenda item 3C, file number AL252. Ms. Fuller.
Mr. Chair, with regards to agenda item 3C, file AL252, a special use for 3627 West Colorado Avenue, an electronic message display billboard conversion. Yes, I got it. I move for approval in accordance with the attached resolution with 3 notations and that this item be forwarded to the Board of County Commissioners for their consideration.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Britton-Jack. Is there any further discussion on this item?
Mr. Chair, no further discussion, but I just have a comment at the end about this whole thing.
Well, you can do it now.
Okay. Just for the citizens out there, it was kind of alluded to, Mr. Trowbridge kind of mentioned it, is we are going through a land development code update. And inside the land development code, as we learned, billboards are in there. So if the citizens have a strong feeling about this, your chance is coming up for public input. So if you go to the El Paso County website, you find planning development, and right there at the very top is the land development code update page, and there'll be links on there where you can make, as these modules come out, as this code comes out, to make your comments, and so they can get reviewed by the committees that's looking at the land development code and the updates to that. So just want to put that out there.
That's great. Thank you, Mr. Moraes. Anybody else? All right, seeing none, we will call the vote. Ms. Britton-Jack.
Aye.
Ms. Fuller.
Aye.
Mr. Moraes.
Aye.
Mr. Schutplatz,
Aye.
Mr. Whitney,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye, and this item is recommended for approval by a vote of 6-0. All right, moving on. Agenda item 3D, file number P254, map amendment rezone for Antler Ridge.
Sorry about that. They changed. They updated everything and now my icon is gone. Help me with it?
Just as a reminder, since there are several items still pending,
I got it.
the applicant and staff can give an abbreviated presentation
I got it.
and just direct any questions. So I'll just say that applies universally.
Thank you.
We'll take our direction from you if you want the full presentation or if there was questions directed towards staff.
Okay. There you
I
go.
missed most of that conversation. Did you want the full presentation?
I don't think we need a full. I think you could do an abbreviated one. Yes,
Okay.
you can hit all your slides.
Okay, very good. Good morning. I am Lisa Elgin with Planning and Community Development. I am the project manager for P254 Antler Range Rezone. Brett Diltz, the project engineer, is also here to present and answer any questions you may have. If anyone is listening in remotely and you have not provided a name and a reliable phone number to make comments, please email that information to pcdhearings@elpasoco.com. The hearing procedure for this will follow the previous two you've seen. First, we'll have the staff presentation, then the applicant presentation. We'll have comments from the public, citizens in favor of the project, and then opponents of it. The applicant will have a rebuttal time, and then questions. You'll be able to ask questions of staff and then make a decision. The applicant is proposing to rezone 244 plus acres from A35 to RR 2.5. Sorry. The property is located east of Meridian Road, north of Ayers Road, and south of the Latigo Country Estate subdivision. This request is in advance of an application for subdivision for 84 single-family lots. And these are the criteria of approval. I'll leave this up for just a moment so the public can look at what you will be making a decision on. Okay, as shown on the zoning map, the parcel is bordered to the north by A5, to the west by A5 and RR5, to the southwest by PUD, to the south by RR 2.5 and A35, and to the east by RR 2.5. And here is a comparison of the dimensional requirements for the existing and the proposed zoning districts. As you can tell, other than lot size, the only two differences are the minimum width at front setback from 500 feet to 200 feet, and from the side setback from 25 feet to 15 feet. The property is in the large lot residential place type with a primary use of single-family residential
Ms. Eldrin,
detached.
sorry to interrupt. I believe this matter was previously tabled as to whether to move it from the consent calendar. So I think the commission needs to address that pending motion before we proceed to a full hearing, if that is.
Actually, the motion was to approve,
Oh, okay.
so
Apologies.
we'll get there.
Okay,
Thank you. No,
thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
Yep.
Okay, so the large lot residential place type, the primary land use is single-family detached, but they can also put in parks and open space, commercial retail, commercial services, and agriculture. The area of change is the minimal change undeveloped, and this proposal meets that designation because it is undeveloped and they're proposing rural residential while keeping the environment of upper natural Black Squirrel Creek natural. Oh, and this property is not located in a key area. So now I will turn some time over to Mr. Diltz.
Good morning, Brett Diltz, El Paso County Department of Public Works. For the transportation here, this property is located at the intersection of Meridian Road and Ayer Road. Meridian is a minor arterial roadway. Ayer Road is currently not classified and not maintained by El Paso County. Right-of-way dedication will be required for Ayer Road at the time of final plat. There are some existing easements that will have to be either vacated or made subservient to El Paso County before that road can be accepted to the county. Access to the property is anticipated to be via Ayer Road, no direct lot access to Meridian Road. A traffic impact study has been submitted and reviewed for this project. The TIS indicates about 800 daily vehicle trips for this subdivision. And the subdivision will be subject to El Paso County Road Impact Fee Program. Any questions for traffic?
Any questions for engineering or transportation? No? Okay.
Drainage. This project is located in the upper Black Squirrel Creek drainage basin. This basin is not studied, therefore drainage and bridge fees do not apply. A portion to the north there in purple is located within a Zone A floodplain, as indicated on the FEMA flood insurance rate maps. Drainage and grading report and grading and erosion control plan are not required with the map amendment application. Those will be submitted and have been submitted with the preliminary plan. The drainage report will provide hydraulic and hydraulic analysis to identify and mitigate any drainage problems on the project. Any questions about drainage on this project?
Don't see any. Thank you.
Okay, so the project was duly publicly noticed, and we sent notifications to 44 surrounding property owners, notifying them of this public hearing and the BOCC hearing on September 11th. Today, we have received 2 letters of opposition, and at that, I am available for any questions you may have for me, or we can turn it over to the applicant.
Any questions for staff at this time? Ms. Fuller?
Ms. Eldrin, for the benefit of the public, can you describe it, like what the next processes are, like if this is approved, like all those bites at the apple where someone who was against it would have an opportunity to put their opinions in?
Okay. So if this is approved, the rezone is approved, the applicant submits a preliminary plan, which basically lays out the very minimal elements of a plat. They get that approved by you and the BOCC, and they come back for a final plat.
Thank you.
Mr. Murray?
Just within that preliminary plat, just to expand a little bit, it includes traffic.
It includes
water.
traffic and water and the geotech, and we'll look at Fish and Wildlife comments and Army Corps of Engineer comments.
So the big step when we
Things
look
like
at the approval criteria for this agenda item today, it's when you bring it back up eventually, it's mainly about compatibility when we're talking about.
Compatibility with the My El Paso master plan.
You want to introduce the applicant?
Mr. Dossi is here to represent the property owner.
Welcome, Mr. Dossi.
Make sure I'm saying good morning correctly instead of good afternoon. Good afternoon, Planning Commission. Craig Dossi with Vertex Consulting Services. Today, doing the presentation on the map amendment rezone. I will try not to go into extensive detail to cover things that Lisa already covered. I appreciate the comments from Ms. Moraes with regard to kind of what you're looking at today versus preliminary plan. As you know, preliminary plans, it's a pretty heavy lift, looking at things like water and how you would actually develop the site. That's really not what we're talking about today. So I do appreciate those comments. I'm not going to go through the kind of the data behind the property in terms of area, but just noting that you just approved the special district service plan or recommended approval for the Board of County Commissioners. That's concurrent. The preliminary plan is actually in review by staff, but it just takes longer, and that's why it's not in front of you today. Lisa covered the kind of the zoning around the area. Obviously, it is A35, but what we're looking at is essentially transitioning density away from the Falcon area, moving further north. You can see immediately to the east, a very extensive area of R2.5. That's the zoning that we're requesting today, as well as to the south. There's also R2.5, and I believe some of the folks that signed up to to speak live within that R2.5 area to the south. So again, this is a site. I gave you the subdivision names, just kind of orient yourself, but been a lot of planning that has occurred in this area, a lot of development, and of course subdivision of these various properties. I'm not going to cover the zoning, touched on that, and Lisa covered that very well. There was a neighborhood meeting on November 25th. Some of the issues that were brought up were regarding the roadway alignments and access locations, concerns about water supply, which, as we've highlighted, will be something that is considered with the preliminary plan. And then things like construction-related debris and dust, and those are always concerns. Obviously, that occurs during the development process, not at the rezoning stage. So I'm going to quickly go through the criteria. I know you want to get to the folks that want to speak. Lisa covered that it's not in a key area. It is in the area of change, of minimal change undeveloped. It is also in the large lot residential place type. Go through those quickly. You do have a key area off to the west, which is the forested area. That is not the designation of this property. In terms of area change, minimal change undeveloped, you can see that is kind of generally what's around the property. But some of that, as I mentioned, has developed because that's where there are 2.5 is directly to the south. And in terms of place type, you have large lot residential, which speaks to the 2.5 acre minimum lot size. That's what we're proposing. And then actually the property to the south, that development, is actually within the suburban residential, which allows smaller lots, but all of those lots are 2.5. Just evidence of posting the property. This is something the applicant has to do. This shows you where those were posted. So compliance with review criteria number 2. With regard to review criteria number 3, which states that the proposed land use or zone district is compatible. That was one of the topic that was brought up in terms of why we're here today. I just wanted to have you see the difference between zoning and what the place type designation is. The zoning really is almost in place surrounding the property with a few exceptions. So this is one of those instances where the zoning maybe outpaced the master plan because it's already in place. But I think the master plan is reflective of what's already happened in that area. We talk about compatibility. Compatibility, and I know we bring this up probably at every hearing, but compatibility does not mean the same. It means that it can work in tandem with the adjacent land uses. It really talks about sensitivity of the proposed use with the character of the area. As I mentioned, there's R2.5 in the area, but even to the A5 property to the north, as you can see there, Latigo Country Estates Filing 1. Those are 5 acre lots. I mean, you really can't make it up that we have a built-in buffer
on this property because the Black Squirrel Creek drainage goes through that area. That area is going to be a no-build area. I've also put in areas pointing to all the different drainages on the property. Those are going to result in additional spacing of lots and actually clustering of homes. Now, the lots may not be clustered because it's not a PUD, but the homes will have to be as a result of these drainage areas, which per the preliminary plan are also going to be no-build areas. You can see note number 20. I just took this directly from the draft preliminary plan. It says drainage easements are to be considered no-build areas as well. And so that would cover that entire northern portion where Black Squirrel Creek is. But essentially creating a buffer between those properties to the north that are A5 and these R2.5 lots. I think Lisa covered this well in terms of dimensional standards. The single-family detached is an allowed use in the R2.5. That's what's being proposed. And then any other land use obviously would have to meet the limitations of the land development code. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from Mr. Dossi? No? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right, so we will open this up for public comment. Yes, could you put the criteria back up for us? Thank you. So I'll ask if there's anyone in the audience who would like to speak in favor of this item. Seeing none. Those opposed? You want to come forward and speak? That'd be great. Remember to sign in, please. State your name when you're ready to talk. Thank you.
Ken Fink. I live at Ken Fink. F is in Frank.
Thank you.
Yep. 11987 White Antler Trail, in the back corner of the adjacent to the property in question. Let me finish this up here. First of all, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for accommodating my ignorance in the procedure earlier. I appreciate it. We have a number of homeowners that are present today. I believe I might be the only one speaking. I'm not speaking on their behalf, but I can tell you that the majority of the opinions about this project are going to be represented in most of what I have to say. For perspective reasons, the elevation of my property allows me approximately 85% view of the property in question. And I believe it's going to impact our quality of life and property values more than most. We are not against development. We're not against the future, but we are, a lot of us are questioning the 2.5 acre designation for this particular lot. So I'll start with my statements now. As stated in the Black Forest Vision Statement of 2020, outlining the principles to supplement policies and goals in the El Paso County Master Plan Black Forest Land Use Committee, item 16 states under cultural and other significant feature paragraph, and I'm quoting, cultural, historical, paleontologically or archaeologically significant buildings, sites, and objects, forests, grasslands, parks, open spaces, trails, designated federal, state, and local wildlife areas shall be protected as much as possible. I do not see any consideration in the documentations or discussion made to protect the areas that are historical based. The History of Colorado's Black Forest book by Judy Von Offelt, titled Thunder, Sun, and Snow, identifies the Jimmy Camp and Jimmy Camp Trail on the Ayer Ranch property, which is on this particular plot. I think the history of this is worthy of consideration to preserve or protect any appropriate artifacts or significant objects and or areas. My read of the El Paso County published information shows County Master Plan is an advisory document meant to guide development with more broad general recommendations. I'm sure you're very aware, right? I'm confident you're aware of this definition. Please indulge me for the contextual reasons. Despite being an advisory document, it has many specific statements and numbers that are to be taken as a directive by the planners and the county commissioners. As an addition to the master plan, the Land Development Code has specific numbers and statements that expand the general guidance of the master plan so that everyone is treated fairly in land use decisions. It is very directive, and as such is a legal document that has the force of the law behind it. Outlined in the El Paso Master Plan adopted in May of 2021, it states, the master plan seeks to balance conservation with new growth, development, and recognizes the absolute importance of being good stewards of the natural environment. The plan reflects the input of county residents, stakeholders, which served as the foundation for plan recommendations and policies. We're all familiar. The plan also identifies on page 8 the area in consideration, identifies this tract under existing land use as both rural and large lot or ranchette development. The specific guidance for rural includes, but is not limited to, irrigated croplands, grazing lands used for agricultural production. Rural areas also provide farm homesteads and large single-family estates on substantially sized parcels. Residential parcels in rural areas average approximately 34 acres. Large lots or ranchettes are typically located between suburban and rural areas and vary in character based on geography and landscape. These areas have a median lot size of approximately 5 acres. Many large lot development areas rely on wells and septic systems. It's clear the character of this tract is in line with these guidelines. Having the Latigo Event and Equestrian Center nearby and the existing 35-acre lots bordering it to the north, many of them equine themed, are good indicators that the parcel, at a minimum, should be developed with no parcel smaller than 5 acres. This would fit well, as a transition from the 2.5 acre lots that we reside in now, bordering Ayer Road to the south, and the 35 acre lots behind us and to the north. I've seen no directive or consideration request outlining why this should be ignored. I ask that the master plan be followed and deny the 2.5 acre zoning request. As to traffic, in the documents that were published by the developer, Appendix C section of the study for White Antler Trail, Access B and Ayer Road, which is the corner of my property, is predicting an estimated by 2045 of 16 vehicles per day in 2045. Currently, twice a day, we get a significant amount of vehicle traffic that's generated from the Pikes Peak School of Expeditionary Learning. I believe this school has no bus service, so all of the students there are ferried in and out with their parents in vehicles. This creates a number of significant traffic issues, not only on Ayer Road, but the adjoining Antlers Ridge Court, which is right next to the school. Those roads empty out to Meridian. At the time of school start and school let out, these areas back up tremendously. The safety factor of those automobiles entering onto Meridian Road is significant. It's just a matter of time before we see tragedy strike there. It's also my contention that the traffic study that was provided simply has inaccurate data. I looked at the numbers at the intersection where I reside. I work from home. I see the traffic every day. They are wholly underestimated. Twice a day we get, I could count, I would estimate 100 to 150 vehicles twice a day that back up on Ayer and the road that abuts Meridian. I'd like to have that considered and perhaps reviewed again. In addition to that, we have Ayer Road is, as was mentioned, is not county maintained. There are some issues that need to be resolved before the project can move forward. There's currently an effort to resolve the issue. I suggest the approval of this issue be denied until such time that either, number one, the Ayer Road issue is resolved to the satisfaction of all parties involved, or the main entrance to the tract is redesigned to use the better suited Latigo Boulevard, where the impact would be minimal and less, considering the 35-acre home setbacks and 5-acre home setbacks that are along the Latigo Road, and exit only and emergency access only egress to Ayer Road from the property would be added to the current plan. All right. There's some specifics. I think that they're still reviewing and editing some of the planning. Some of the things don't make a lot of sense to us from a fire standpoint. There seems to be a single exit to this property, which if there were a wildfire near my home would block the exit to this property for 60, 70 homes. I think that needs to be considered. There's a second entrance that makes, it's a weird entrance, 2 lots and another entrance that connect like a U-shaped.
Mr. Fink, I'm going to pause you for a minute.
Sure.
You're raising good points, but they're not appropriate at this juncture because this is a rezone. This isn't a plat. And so traffic and water and such
All right, then.
are not part of the criteria that we're considering today.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the criteria that I'm trying to bring up was to keep it in cohesion with the surrounding area, and that is a transition from our 2.5 acres to the larger 5 acres and 35 acre lots that surround it. The presentation they put up before shows, if you look closely, that there are fewer 2.5 acre lots bounding this property than there are larger lots. And we feel that it would be more appropriate use that, well, of course, 35 acres leaving it zoned as is, than rezoning down to a 2.5 parcel size.
Understand. Do you have anything else relative to the criteria that you'd like to comment on?
I do not.
All right. Thank you, sir. We
Thank
appreciate you being here
Any other
today.
questions for me?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Moraes.
I would say take those comments and make sure the planner gets those comments, right? So you're looking ahead. If this gets approved, that's really, like we talked about, is the next step in the preliminary plan. We talk about fire, talk about traffic, talk about, and so I've always said that, you know, residents in the area are really the boots on the ground and kind of understand that stuff maybe a little bit better than a planner. So I would encourage you to get your thoughts to the staff, you know, if this process goes on.
Okay, I appreciate that. And if I may, one additional quick post. The public notice posts that were put up were destroyed by weather. They've been gone for over a week. And unfortunately, our United States Postal Service provides us a great way to meet our neighbors when they misdeliver the mail to other residents and they come knocking on our doors. I know of 2 residents that had no idea of this meeting or this development today. I informed them. I don't know if there is a requirement for that might be subjected
The
to.
mailings do go out, but we have no way of confirming that the U.S. Postal Service has delivered them.
Right. I just wanted to make you aware that, that happened. Those postings are gone and half of it landed up in my yard. And
Understand.
So, all right. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Fink. Appreciate it. I believe there was one other, at least. Yes, please come forward. Yes, it's still morning.
My name is Maria Weber. I live thank you for your time. I live, my road goes into Air Road. So, and I agree with what he said about the signs. They just fell off. I also did not receive a letter. So my first notice of this was when the signs were first put up. I went and I looked at it. I agree with him about I know you said not to talk about it, but the traffic on Air Road is not light, particularly when school is in session. It's heavy for those times. So that would be another thing I would like to reiterate what he said. Also, what was it that you said over there when this motion first started, that this was put on hold? But then
I tabled the motion to approve.
Okay.
So we're
So
still
this is
taking,
already approved then?
No, we haven't voted on it yet.
Okay.
So we're still discussing it.
Okay. So what was the thing she said that it was tabled for what reason? Like, why was it tabled in her computer and then?
Because it wasn't a timely motion at the time. So you
Okay.
shouldn't worry about that. It's okay.
Well, it was just
The motion
something that
could
came
still fail.
Okay. Now, when I saw the slides that she put up, so it's 84 homes at 2.5 acres. And then there's obviously, they said something about clustering because of the drainage, et cetera. Is there any plan for it to have any kind of commercial thing? Because I thought I saw that on one of the slides, that some of it would be commercial.
Well, we're here to talk about a rezone. We're not here to talk about the plan.
Okay.
So-
But again, if you approve a plan and that's
We're not
already in
approving
their
a plan. Today is about the zoning.
Okay, right, sorry. If you're approving a rezone, that opens it up to, okay, now we've been rezoned to 2.5 acres, and then, there'll be potential for a gas station or whatever. So that was another thing I wanted to bring up, that once it's approved, the next step is yay, 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 yay. Pretty
Ms. Fuller?
I think we're a little bit off track here. I would encourage you to meet with the planner and have discussions. So there are certain items, certain uses that are allowed in RR 2.5. A gas station is not one of them. And so if that were to be the case, then this would come back for a consideration, but this really isn't a back and forth. And so our goal here is to have well-informed citizens who feel like they won or lost on merit, applicant and anyone that's against it. And I think at this moment, it's just new to you. And so, it's like drinking from a fire hose. So let's give you an opportunity to really understand where your bites at the apple are. Traffic is not a concern. When we put this review criteria up here intentionally so that you can understand this is what will guide our decision. So discussions about water, traffic, any of that, every applicant we get, we pretty much have neighbors talk about traffic and water. It's just the common thing.
Right.
So if you will just focus on the review criteria for your comments, and as we've talked about it, there would be another discussion opportunity when we come to the actual plan. So I think Ms. Elgin would be happy to have a one-on-one discussion with you so that you can understand. We really want you to understand and not feel like it's happening to you, because it is your community.
Right. I just also want to reiterate, I did not get anything in the mail.
But you're here.
I'm here because I saw the initial signs, which fell off after like 2 days. So I pretty much agree with what this previous one said.
Thank you, Ms. Weber. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to speak against? Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Tim Leroy, 12015 Air Road.
Please,
I'm right
and
across
please
the road.
remind everybody, please make sure you've signed in so we have your name.
So this is just regarding a question, not so much a statement, but with regard to zoning and not planning. RR 2.5 zoning criteria, and we did see commercial retail and commercial services. Can you provide us an example of what commercial retail and commercial services are? If they're not gas stations, what are they exactly? And what's the propensity or what's the likelihood that RR 2.5 allows for extensive commercial development on this zoning?
We'll ask staff to address what's permitted in 2.5.
Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Leroy?
No, thank you.
All right. I believe we had one other person I saw start to walk up. Oh, two more. Okay, now let's let the lady come forward first. She tried once already, yeah.
I did.
And we do appreciate everyone's patience with our process. And that's what it is. It's a process, so it takes time.
I'm Jan Whitlock. I've lived on Latigo Boulevard for 38 years. I've seen all this change come through, but the county never talks about traffic. But today I'm here to talk about the deer. Why is this called Antler Range? Because of the antlers that you can find on this piece of property. When we first built, there was nothing else around us except Latigo Country Estates. Most of these parcels were 10 acres, so we were free to roam. We would drive up to a certain point and then go to the top of the hill, southeast corner of this Antler Range, and we would sled because there are no other hills in that area to sled down. And then as the snow melted, we'd see all these antlers. My son and my daughter and the other neighbors would go up there and we would find all the Indian relics, all of the, what's the little thing called? Well, anyway, I can't think of it now. So for the sake of the deer, the antelope, which are now coming into our area because of Banning Lewis, Percheron, Meridian Ranch, they don't have a place to go now, and they're into a small area, but they've come down Stapleton Road, and now they're coming down into our area. So we've had 3 antelope this past winter that wintered in this area. They can cross the creek, they can go up on the hill. Squirrels. We had a skunk last night. We have Well, anyway, we have more animals, lots of squirrels. So think about what you're displacing here with all these homes, 2.5 acres. And that's not as dense as Meridian Ranch. And all of you, I should expect you to all come out there and drive around to our community to see what has happened. Vollmer Road, Meridian Ranch, it's close in. It's not country living anymore. It's not rural. It's all urban. But for the sake of the animals and Air Road, which, that's right, Pikes Peak School of Expeditionary Learning, the parents have figured it out. Let's go through the little neighborhood and go out Air Road, because at Antler Creek Road, we have to sit and wait for everybody that's coming in on Meridian. Traffic is bad. And the county is very slow. They just put a light in at Rex Road, finally. And how long has Meridian Ranch been there? So you're not helping us live a good life out in the country anymore by letting these communities go in with dense housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Whitlock. Okay, I believe I saw at least one other gentleman want to come forward and, yep, come on.
Already signed over there. Do I need to sign in again here? Or, okay, I'll do that at the end of testimony. I'll keep it short and sweet. I don't have anything pre-planned. My name is Jason Kniper, and I'm one of the members of Antler Ridge. I live on 11927 White Antler Trail. This gentleman's neighbor. The development area is about 200 yards. No, I'd say about 100 yards away from my house. I understand development. I understand urban sprawl, and it moves out. This area is a little bit different. I mean, we live a good 5 miles north of Falcon, and that area has exploded, and people are moving out towards where we are. But that area is definitely, I would say, country light. You know, we have rural areas right behind us that have probably been in generations of land ownership. And when we came out there, that's why we left the city, was to get some space and to have, you know, what many people that live out here want, you know, some space, see the nature, be, you know, have not urban sprawl everywhere. And it just follows you everywhere. And here we are once again, agricultural land. Nope, got to put more houses on it. Got to take what people want and give it to somebody else and take away what someone else has so we can build out city. I just feel like there's better locations for it. Honestly, we've talked about traffic that's there and the impacts that it's going to have in the neighborhood. And I just want to go on the record and state my opposition to it. And that's it.
Great.
Do you have any questions for me?
Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Kniper.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak against? Yes, ma'am, please.
Hello, my name is Veronica Weber. I also live in the Antler Ridge neighborhood, and I heard a lot of other people point out the wildlife, which was a very good point, and the increase in traffic. I would also like to point out that this rezoning could also have an adverse effect on the nearby Black Forest, which still hasn't fully recuperated from the Black Forest fire of 2013. There are still large swaths of the forest that are still dead, even now, 10, 12 years down the line, and this would require, the rezoning would presumably require some trees to be cut down. And even though the Black Squirrel Creek area is supposedly going to be free from all this development. I feel like development in that area would also adversely affect the preservation of that bit of the landscape and the part that's needed to fully have a fully functioning forest. Because in addition to all this other construction going around there, the other parts of the Black Forest are also being cut down and developed for properties. So I don't think the rezoning should be allowed to go on, since the Black Forest is already shrinking. In addition to being useful for the ecosystem, it's also a very historic community, and it's getting smaller every year. So I think that the rezoning shouldn't be allowed to go on, and we should preserve what bits we have left, at least in our part, if we have the ability to. Any other questions?
Okay. Any questions? Thank you, Ms. Weber. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward and speak? Is there anyone online? Oh, got a late comer. Okay.
Late than never.
All right. Was there anyone online?
There's no one online.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. I live at 12027 Norma Kate Lane.
And your name is?
My
sir?
name is Joey Arias.
Here.
Yeah, I'm part of Antlers Ridge Estates. I don't think it's a surprise or a shock to see all the neighboring people come up and kind of state their frustrations and also their opinions here today. I would also like to say that I also did not receive anything in the mail, and I also did not see any of the signs that were blown down by the storm. So just for your situational awareness. When we talk about the zoning, which I want to keep it very direct, is the zoning to R2.5 that we're discussing for this plan. We talk about the overpopulation of that area. I know that the planner had discussed about moving up north of Falcon to that area, and just stating that that land, along with the traffic, would just be absolutely detrimental to that area. The zone does fall within the rural area of the Squirrel Creek, and just want to make sure that it is just going on record that I oppose the plan. All right, that's all I got.
right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arias.
Did you have something, sir? Okay, thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Going, gone. All right. We'd like to give the applicant's representative from Vertex an opportunity to offer any rebuttal and final comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to say thank you to the folks that showed up to speak. I think they have great comments. Obviously, a lot of those are probably going to be better rooted with the subdivision application. There's a lot more detail. But I'm going to try to address as many of these as I can, just for the record. The first speaker brought up the protection of historical features. I don't believe there's any designation on this property of any historical features. If there were, staff would have brought those up. The next comment was with regard to the rural designation. As we showed, the large lot residential does allow for 2.5 acre lots. That zoning district is rural residential 2.5. By definition, it is rural. He also brought up the equestrian center to the north. That is not an adjacent landowner. Also brought up that there's 35 acre lots. If I could get my presentation back up, maybe. I'll let somebody else control because I'm going to break something.
Ms. Elgin, can you help Mr. Dossi, please?
Help me. Suddenly I'm looking at myself. That's not. She made that look easier than it was. One of the speakers stated that there was A35 or 35 acre lots to the north. And as you can see, that is the Latigo Country Estates filing number 1. Those are 5 acre lots. There's not A35 or 35 acre lots to the north. The same first speaker said the master plan should be followed. As we've shown, this is directly in line with that large lot residential designation. A lot of comments regarding traffic. I think the simple response to that is your staff, the engineering staff, has reviewed the traffic study and has approved it. Another comment about the single exit into and out of the property. That's just factually inaccurate. We worked through that with staff. That was something that staff brought up. To their credit, it was a great comment, and it was something that we needed to address. There are 2 points of ingress and egress getting into and out of the subdivision. You will see that with the preliminary plan when that does come, but that was something that we had to work through, and frankly is going to be more costly to provide due to some of the drainages that we will have to cross with that second access. A lot of confusion, I think, on what the land uses are. There's a lot of questions about commercial. And I think there was maybe some confusion between the large lot residential place type and the actual zoning, because the place type says that you can have limited commercial service and limited commercial retail. That's not the actual zoning that we're requesting. The R 2.5 zoning, there are some non-residential land uses, but those are pretty benign. What really locks it in is going to be the preliminary plan that shows that all of these are single family lots that are being proposed. There was some discussion about wildlife. We have prepared, in association with the preliminary plan, a very extensive environmental study. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has signed off on that. And you will see that with the preliminary plan, but there are generally no concerns. And one of the reasons for that, as we talked about before, the Black Squirrel Creek obviously functions as a pretty significant wildlife corridor, right? Wildlife tend to want to travel up and down those drainages. That's how they get to and from bigger areas where they can graze. That's all going to be protected, as we said before, in a drainage easement, which also functions as a no-build area. One of the, I think, second to last speaker said that this rezoning would be taking away what others have. And I just want to highlight that that particular speaker lives in the R 2.5 zone property immediately to the south. So at some point when his lot was created, likely that was taking away something that somebody else had. And we don't like that, obviously, but it is what happens with growth. So at some point, his lot was the new lot on the street or new lot in the area, and somebody else probably didn't like it. And what I actually did is we took the list of those that signed in to speak, and I just want to show you where, oops, I think we got the wrong one, Lisa. No. Oh, here it is. Never mind. That was my bad. So I went ahead and mapped where all the folks were that either sent in a letter or signed in on your sign-in sheet. All of those in red are the ones that signed in to speak. They're all located on 2.5 acre lots. That's exactly, obviously, what we're proposing here. The star to the upper on the left image above the site, that was the letter that was sent in that was really more specific about water. I do want to highlight that there's already adjudicated water rights in the Denver aquifer. And for reference purposes, most of the folks that live off of a well in this area likely have a well into the Dawson, which is shallower. The Denver aquifer is deeper. There's 140 acre feet of water already adjudicated in the Denver aquifer, which is more than enough to provide for the lots that are being proposed. And then on the image on the right, you got a letter in opposition from somebody that lives in Paintbrush Hills. I didn't measure how far away this is, but it's really more down in Falcon. And I think they were speaking to water as well. I think that's it. If I missed something, please let me know.
Any final questions for Mr. Dossi or our staff? No, ma'am, you may not. Any questions? No. Thank you, Mr. Dossi. Appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Were there any other questions for staff, or did staff want to offer any additional commentary on anything? Any questions for staff? All right. Seeing none, we will deem the testimony closed. And as mentioned before, We will now take up the motion. We did have a motion earlier. Sorry. Yes, could you put the review criteria back up, please, Ms. Elgin? While you're doing that. So the motion we had before, we had a motion from Mr. Moraes to approve this application, seconded by Mr. Whitney. This is item 3D, file number P254, a map amendment rezone for Antler Ridge. So we will now take up the motion. Is there a discussion or comments on the motion? Mr. Moraes?
No comments on the motion, but if you want to have comments for something that was said.
You may offer commentary,
Okay,
absolutely.
so the idea of commercial out there, again, education point, which I kind of like to do sometimes during this. If you go into our land development code, there'll be a table that has every single zoning district that we have and a myriad of uses. And where those meet, it'll either say, hey, it's allowed, meaning somebody who has that property zoned that way can do that really without much approval. There'll still be some approval there. A special use, like we saw with the billboards that came in, or temporary use, meaning they could set something up for a limited period of time. Anything that is not listed as an A, S, or T, approved, special, or temporary use, would have to get a variance of use. So I just kind of went through as Mr. Dossi was talking and looking at commercial uses in 2.5 or 2.5, and really, if you kind of there really wasn't much other than some kind of daycares, which you kind of consider maybe commercial, or a bed and breakfast could occur in a commercial, or commercial beekeeping. Besides that, no gas stations, no, whatever that's there. It would have to be rezoned to something that would allow that in that big table, or they would have to ask for a variance, which would have to go through a whole process in and of itself. So I just hope to, just a little bit of education time right there.
Thank you, Mr. Moraes. Anyone else? Ms. Fuller?
I think that this is in compliance. I think it's in general conformance. I would ask Mr. Dossi to be cautious about pointing out where people live that are in opposition. It can have a chilling, higher conflict experience, and it's a little, I would expect a little scary for someone to have their address posted on there. You can do whatever you want. I just would caution you about, let's calm this down. Let's have neighbors that are in opposition be opposed for correct decisions and not get emotion involved.
Anyone else? Okay, I'd like to make a couple of comments. I also agree this is in general conformance with the master plan. Many of the comments regarding traffic and such, as we noted, are more appropriate to be brought up when the preliminary plan comes in. So please keep your eye on the system and watch for when that comes back up. Keep in contact with Ms. Elgin, the planner, and she can let you know when that's coming. Ms. Whitlock challenged us to go out and drive in the area. I personally live in that area, a little bit north of this, and have been out there for over 30 years. So we've all seen a lot of change out there. I remember when Woodman and Meridian were only 2-lane roads, and if you wanted a gallon of milk and 8 o'clock in the evening, the only choice was the Diamond Shamrock down at Highway 24 in Meridian. So I've seen a lot of changes out there. So all of that stuff has been growth. The other thing this touches on, of course, is property rights. Developers, families own that land, and as long as they follow the process that we've laid out in the Land Development Code and meet all of the criteria, who are we to say no just because we don't like growth or we don't like something that they're doing? It's not necessarily a personal preference thing. That's why we have a land development code. All right, with that, the chair will call the question and the vote. So this is a motion to recommend approval of item 3D, file number P254. Ms. Britton-Jack.
Aye.
Ms. Fuller.
Aye.
Mr. Moraes.
Aye.
Mr. Schutz-Peltz.
Aye.
Mr. Whitney.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, and this item is recommended for approval 6-0. The other thing to comment on, folks, is we are just a recommending body. This is going to the Board of County Commissioners, so you have a chance to go and offer testimony there as well. You saw that it's going to be on the September 11th. I believe it's September 11th, Board of County Commissioners hearing, so you can go then.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Murray.
Just one last point. The notification, the county takes the property, will outline a 500-foot buffer around it, and that's who they send letters to. So if, if you live outside that 500 feet, you wouldn't be on the list to receive a letter. So just be aware. It used to be just neighboring properties, and then we asked to change it to get some more notification out there, which is good.
Good point. Thank you, Mr. Moraes. All right, with that, we will move to agenda item 3F, file number ID 254, a special district service plan for Triple H Ranch Metropolitan District numbers 1 through 3. Ms. Parsons, I believe you wanted to say that there wasn't really any comment or opposition to this?
Good morning, Carrie Parsons with El Paso County Planning and Community Development. And correct, that item was accidentally pulled by some folks that were actually here for the previous item that you just voted on, the Antlers Range rezone.
All right. So I will revert back and ask, is there anyone who really wants this to be heard as a regular item? Is there anyone in the audience who would like to offer testimony or anything on this? And I assume we have nobody online. All right, we will dispense with the presentation, and the chair will entertain a motion on this item.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Moraes.
With regards to agenda item 3F of file number ID 254 for a special district service plan, Triple H Ranch Metropolitan Districts numbers 1, 2, and 3, I move for approval in accordance with the attached resolution with 6 conditions and 1 notation, and this item be forwarded to the Board of County Commissioners for their consideration.
Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Fuller, thank you. I have a motion and a second to recommend approval of item 3F, file number ID 254, the special district service plan for Triple H Ranch. All right, any discussion on the motion? All right, seeing none, chair will call the vote. Ms. Britton-Jack.
Aye.
Ms. Fuller.
Aye.
Mr. Moraes.
Aye.
Mr. Schutzpeltz.
Aye.
Mr. Whitney.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, and this item is recommended for approval by a vote of 6-0. All right. Moving on. Agenda item 3G, file number ID 255, a special district service plan for Wilshire Metropolitan District numbers 1 and 2. Ms. Parsons.
All right, thank you. The file number for this is ID 255. This is for the Wilshire Metropolitan Districts numbers 1 and 2. For the record, there should have been a handout passed out by the clerk in opposition to this special district. Correct. And there should be the email, plus there was a map exhibit and a letter on stationery from the Olive Group. Got it. Great. Just confirming that that was received. If there's anybody in the audience or online that would like to participate, please email the clerk to the email on your screen. In terms of the hearing process and procedure, so staff will make their presentation, then applicant will make the presentation, chair will call for public comment, citizens in favor and against, then applicant has an opportunity for rebuttal, questions for staff, and then back to the dais. More specifically, this is a request for the creation of a Title 32 special district for Wilshire Metropolitan Districts numbers 1 and 2. The site is about 50 acres. It is included within existing planned unit development, and it is located west of Mark Shelfo Road, south of Constitution Avenue. The service plan includes a request for a maximum debt authorization of $20 million and a $50 million for both residential and commercial. each district being independent of each other. There also is the request for covenant enforcement and that additional 5 mills for special purpose as allowed under statute. And then, of course, we have the 10 mills for the operation and maintenance for each district. So each district having a maximum combined mill levy of 65. Criteria on the screen for you to review, and those in the audience remind you that the criteria on the left is the mandatory criteria for disapproval. So if the board does not find this, you should make a recommendation of denial. And then the criteria on the right is discretionary. Okay, so the purposes of the district are very typical, the normal statutory provisions. This also, as I mentioned, does include covenant enforcement. When we talk about design, construction, and maintenance of water, we do include fire hydrants. This does not mean that the district is proposing to provide fire services. The existing fire protection district would still have those powers. History, as I mentioned, the planned unit development for this property was zoned in 2004. There was a preliminary plan done on a portion of the planned unit development also in 2004. Components of that preliminary plan have been implemented with final plats, and there are certain areas that are already built out. Those built-out residential developments are not included within these district boundaries, to be very clear. So again, no existing residential development that has residential homes on it is included within any of the proposed districts before the board today. The district, a portion of the district number 1, is also currently being overlapped by an existing district, the Constitutional Heights Metropolitan District. There is in your packet an exclusion order and a board minutes from that district's board voting to exclude the area within District 1 from Constitutional Heights Metropolitan District. To clarify, Constitution Heights Metropolitan District is not overlapping with the proposed District 2. That is why there is no exclusion order for that. Are there any questions regarding that overlapping? Okay, great. Oh, should also mention that District number 1 would then contribute towards the existing debt for the overlap that Constitutional Heights Metropolitan District already has incurred. So we saw that last time we were here before the board. So any existing debt that CMHD has, it doesn't disappear off the land, essentially. The debt that is still there will be paid off to that. They're not excluded from the existing debt from CMHD as District 1 if it is created. And the applicant can go into further details in terms of if they have the debt amounts of CMHD. I don't have that, but I'm hopeful that the applicant does. Zoning of the property. So the hot pink is that PUD. You can see the existing residential platted lots within the overall PUD, but again, not part of the district. Adjacent to this district is industrial property to the west and to the north. So M zone is obsolete industrial. I-3 is our most hardy or robust industrial properties. And then to the south, again, we have more industrial properties. The letter that you received, I understand it does have a map, but just for those that are watching online and perhaps in the audience, some of the opposition that we have received for this district is coming from the land within the I-3 area to the north here, and then immediately to the south here. And so here is a more site-specific zoning approach of the approved PUD. You can see that within the proposed district, the PUD is conceptually zoned for either multifamily or residential. And then as we pass under Colorado Tech Drive, we have kind of a combination of mixed uses, multifamily, high-density residential, industrial, and commercial. And then you can see here that single-family residential development, and that actually was originally submitted for a final plat approval several years ago, but it kind of fizzled out due to infrastructure for Colorado Tech Drive not being built. That's actually back in and on the table. So we anticipate the same layout eventually being recorded, and that then those future lots would be included in the proposed metropolitan district. But they are vacant and none are sold. Any questions on that? Awesome. Okay, so mill levies, so existing currently about 105 roughly, and then District 2 approximately 81. And so if the district were implemented and maxed out at 65, of course, we're looking at about 170 for D1 and about 146 for D2. In terms of the master plan, the site is noted for urban residential place type within the existing districts 1 and 2 as proposed. Within the district areas 1 and 2 is proposed, which is consistent with the existing PUD plan. So typically in the urban residential place type, we're going to see a mix of housing, single family attached, detached, even some apartment or multifamily uses in there, and some low intensity commercial development. Overall, summary of the application. The district has, although they're asking for about $20 million in debt, currently the estimated public improvements as an exhibit to the special district has submitted about $16 million. Of course, it's fairly standard that we see an inflation cost built in. This applicant is estimating about a 3-year build out for both the residential and commercial. So the inflation cost is not very moderate, if you will, that they're requesting. Piper Sandler did provide a financial plan, also provided as an exhibit to the service plan. In that service plan, we'd see a typical 30-year bond term with a 10-year refinancing. So for clarification, what that means is one bond, that debt can't be longer than 30 years, but we anticipate a 10-year refinance. It's important to note that the state has now implemented a 40-year maximum debt term, so they can't keep refinancing without going back to the Board of County Commissioners and asking permissions. Although the law isn't supposed to be in effect, the law retroactively said anything submitted by January 2025 has to include this new language. It's technically not in effect until the fall. So the applicant has included the new language to limit that 40-year into the service plan for clarification. Any questions on that? As indicated in the applicant's letter of intent, there are no other governmental entities that can provide, design, and finance the services, including the county. Constitution Heights Metropolitan District did, of course, exclude that resolution. They're not able to provide those services. Cherokee Metropolitan District is an overlapping district. However, Cherokee Metropolitan District only provides water, wastewater, park and rec. They don't design and construct drainage and bridge, et cetera, road improvements. As I mentioned, those fire hydrants would be anticipated to be designed and constructed as part of the water services and utility plans by the district, maintained by the districts, but of course, the Falcon Fire Protection District would be expected to utilize them in case there was an emergency. In terms of, I wanted to put this out there, some land development code related to the letter in the opposition for you, so there was no confusion. So at this stage, the area to the south and to the west of the existing PUD, I'm going to go backwards here. I'm going to jump slides, is not planned. So we don't have roadway plans under review. We don't have drainage designs under review for these newer areas in the proposed districts. So the districts here with exclusion of the district here. One of the concerns that is mentioned by the opposition is that the roads are carried through to provide physical access to the adjacent property owner's development, which is a reasonable and rational concern. Additionally, there are concerns related to those drainage improvements that the district is required to do, and you'll see this large channel that runs through the eastern portion of the property. It is anticipated that the district will design, construct those channel improvements. The district is not required to design and construct channel improvements outside of where their property is adjacent to, in a nutshell. So as development comes into planning and community development and DPW reviews it, typically the channel improvements are done by the adjacent development in general. And if there's more specific questions, Ms. Durham is here to answer any specific improvement questions related to the channel. But to be very clear, the district is not anticipated to improve the channel outside of their development if it's not being impacted by their development. Back to that criteria of approval from the code. What I'm getting at is when the developer or the applicant comes into the county and starts asking to do rezoning and, more importantly, the preliminary plan design for the properties to the south, your staff is going to look at the land development code and say, we absolutely need to make sure that we are providing connectivity and stubbing out potential right-of-ways to the east and to the south so that future owners can develop. And so that being said, I wanted to put that to ensure that we do look at that as part of a future development submittal. And here it is. Here's what the code has to say about that. Additionally, we also have in the land development code requirements for drainage considerations that the property owner, after they get done doing their improvements, they do have to release to historic at their property line. Are there any, and that's kind of very general, if I'm a plain bagel, as much as I can answer as a planner, but I'm happy to ask the engineer to come up and speak to more specific, if there are more specific questions related to engineering.
Any questions?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. In terms of the special district policy highlights, our special districts do have language in there to discourage proliferation of districts. So typically when we have a special district come in, it is very normal for us to see as an exhibit to a special district application a future inclusion area. We did not see this with this particular application, and I think that part of the opposition letter is getting to that. Their assertion is that they were not included in a future exclusion area. However, our policies also indicate that our special districts should have underlying land use approvals so that a financial plan and feasibility study can be looked at. So right now, those adjacent properties are industrial. We have met with the opposition, and there has been an early assistance meeting to discuss potentially changing that industrial to a more urbanized development. And so, and that's when it came to staff's attention last week that there was potentially some opposition to the district. So again, going backwards, we have a kind of a little yin and yang in our special district that we shouldn't have a proliferation of districts. However, we have a notion that we should have underlying land use approval. So those are just the facts for the record. And with that, are there any other questions for staff?
Don't see any. Thank you.
This one, let me set you up. Mind if I don't mind what you do. It doesn't like that setting. There you go.
Good morning, Alicia Corley, Icenigle, Seaver Pogue. We're here on behalf of Wilshire Metropolitan Districts number 1 and 2. Scrolling. I might need more help, Carrie. I went to college, I didn't learn about PowerPoint. We didn't have cell phones.
One of our entire department.
Or the PDF even? Would the PDF work?
So you're going to do this and then just hit these little guys down here.
The PDF might behave better.
And you can just do this one over here.
Arrow. That's what I did last time. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Nope, now you just went back to the PowerPoint.
Oh, okay. Here, let me try it one more time. I'm going to make it a little easier, and I'm just going to close mine so you don't have that option to pull it up. From beginning, and see this right here, just do.
Yeah, but
It's just really slow.
okay. I am so sorry. We have representatives here from the developer, owner of the property, Mark Scheffel Business Center and CH Communities, as well as a representative from our financial team and Vertex Consulting, should you have any questions. This is a vicinity map that shows the two proposed districts, as Carrie described, south of Constitution and west of Mark Scheffel. The land use, Carrie also went over, so I'll briefly cover this, that it's already zoned PUD. District 1 is proposed to be the residential district with 44 single-family detached residences, and then an additional 270 single-family residences. District 2 would be the commercial development, planned to consist of 55,000 square feet of commercial space. As far as the special district, after this, we would go to the Board of County Commissioners, as you're well aware, ask for an election in November, and then have some sort of order from the court forming the districts before the end of the year. This is another map of the property boundaries, and it shows you the infrastructure that's being proposed and how it relates to the two districts. As Carrie mentioned, this district is in Cherokee Metropolitan District. The water and sewer facilities would be constructed by Wilshire MD number 1 and 2, and then dedicated to Cherokee. And something that I need to bring up here today is that we have heard from Cherokee that they would like some additional language in the service plan to make that more clear. And that is certainly the intent. The district is not going to operate, maintain, or, our two districts, Wilshire MD number 1 and 2, do not intend to operate, maintain, and provide water and sewer services. They would just build those facilities and dedicate them to Cherokee. So we certainly defer to county staff and the planning department on how they would like to handle it, but we would request that we be allowed to tweak that language for Cherokee before we go to the Board of County Commissioners to make that abundantly clear in the service plan that these two districts would not be providing any overlapping services with Cherokee. And then Carrie also mentioned that District Number 1 has property within Constitution Heights. That property was approved for exclusion from Constitution Heights, and we are working on getting the motion filed with the court, which is the final step. So that's why we can't say before you today that it is officially done until the order is recorded from the court. But that will be done today or tomorrow. Very generally, Colorado special districts, you're well aware of this, are created for public use to serve the inhabitants and taxpayers in the districts. Consistent with user pay, the special districts will fund improvements through a bond issuance. Future property owners will pay off that debt, and there's access to longer-term funding and lower interest rates. And then there's a proliferation, 22,000 metropolitan districts in Colorado, a very common practice. Here, Wilshire, as Carrie mentioned, will have some ongoing responsibilities. Initially, they're going to fund these public improvements, the water and sewer facilities that will be dedicated to Cherokee, roadway improvements, drainage facilities, open space, and landscaping. But after construction of those improvements, Wilshire will continue to operate certain drainage improvements, detention ponds in the neighborhood, the channel, any roadways that aren't dedicated to the county, open space, and landscaping, as well as performing covenant enforcement and design review services. These districts meet the criteria under the Special District Act, the county's model service plan, And that's why we're asking for recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners for approval. Carrie had mentioned these debt limitations. We have approximately $16 million in public improvements and are asking for a $20 million maximum debt authorization with maximum mill levies of 50 for debt, 10 for operations and maintenance, and then the special purpose mill levy of 5 mills for covenant enforcement and design review. Service plan limitations, and this is very important for the opposition that Carrie mentioned as well. In addition to the disclosure and transparency requirements where we'll have to provide a disclosure to purchasers of the property and an annual report, the development still remains subject to land use approvals. So approval of the Metropolitan District is in no way approving land use. As you're well aware, that's a totally separate process. Carrie also mentioned that this is the new legislation that was passed for any service plans after January 1 of 2025 to contain language with a debt service mill levy imposition term of 40 years and that for residential districts, and that language has been included in this service plan. And your service plan, El Paso County's model service plan, already contains this maximum period for debt, and this describes the difference between the two. The maximum period for debt was 30 years in your service plan, and that's the date that the debt would mature and it's expected to become due and payable, but due to refinancing, that could be extended. And so now there's a 40-year imposition term on the debt service mill levy. We can't go beyond 40 years for the residential districts. As I mentioned, service plan meets the statutory criteria that Carrie previously showed. This is another slide that shows the same criteria, and I will go through these individually. There's sufficient existing and projected need for service in the area to be serviced by these two metropolitan districts. There's a demand for commercial and housing in the area. We'll need public improvements for those houses in the commercial development, maintenance of those improvements, and then to provide covenant enforcement and design review. Criterion number 2, inadequate existing service. The existing service in the area to be served by these proposed metropolitan districts is inadequate. There are currently no other entities who would provide these services. The property has been excluded from Constitution Heights. A portion of the property has been excluded from Constitution Heights. And then we will provide the water and sewer facilities that are to be dedicated to Cherokee, but Wilshire needs to fund and construct those improvements. Criterion number 3, the proposed special district is capable of providing economic and sufficient service. Future costs are in line with comparable residential districts, and the next slide shows you all of those mill levies. And then the districts will provide perpetual maintenance of those improvements that aren't being dedicated to the county or another entity. And this is the surrounding residential metropolitan district mill levies that I referenced. And the last criterion, financial ability. The area to be included in the proposed special district has or will have the financial ability to discharge the debt. And that's shown on the financial plan that's attached to the service plan. And then, as we've noted here, the financial plan is subject to limitations of the bond industry, bond council, and limitations by the service plan and state statutes. And Michael Lund is here from Piper Sandler, who will go over the bond structure and repayment in the financing plan. I'm going to phone a friend.
Hello, I'm Michael Lund with Piper Sandler out of Denver. We prepared the financial plan that was submitted with the service plan. And it's just consistent with other models you guys have probably seen in the past. In it, we do show projected an initial issuance in 2026 as build out start, or the homes, kind of the construction starts. And then we also do show a second issuance in 10 years, which the idea of that is it will refund the first issuance and then do a new 30-year term. One of the things we did add in this slide, just important to note that it's anticipated at that time in 10 years, this would probably be a completely homeowner-controlled district. So if they choose not to extend the term, they don't have to. But we're just kind of showing how a financial model may work to fund all of the infrastructure. And with that, I'll stand up here in case there are any questions on the financial model.
Any questions on finance? No? Okay.
And this is an error on my slide. I apologize. So the public hearing before the Board of County Commissioners is not on August 28th. It is in September 25th. I had it correct earlier, but this is wrong. So this would be the next steps, that we would have a Board of County Commissioners hearing, and then, as I mentioned, ask the court to call an election in November, and then form the districts by the end of the year. With that, I will be happy to answer any questions. Apologies for my
okay.
rough start.
That's okay. Any questions for the applicant? All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Anything final from staff before we go to testimony? Put the criteria back up, maybe?
I was going to pull the opposition. The opposition did submit a presentation, so I do have that. And with permission, Chair, I can pull that so we don't have any technical issues if you'd like.
That would be great. But it is time for lunch, and I do have I have a conflict, so I need a stand-in for while I'm gone. So we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break, and we will come back at, what do you think, 12:30? 12:45? 12:30? Okay, we will go into recess here and come back at 12:30, but before we do, we need to elect a chair pro tem while in my absence, so a special election, yes.
I vote for Becky.
There's a motion from Mr. Moraes that Ms. Fuller serve as the chair. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Schutz-Peltz. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, with that, Ms. Fuller will take over for as chair when we come back at 12:30, and we are in recess.
I'm welcoming everyone back to the Planning Commission for August 21st, 2025. Mr. Trowbridge has left for another appointment, and so you're stuck with me, Becky Fuller, as your current chair. We left after the staff and the applicant presentation, and I believe we have an opposition presentation, which we will invite to come up now. I already messed up. Was there anyone here to speak on behalf of this application? Took like 5 seconds.
No? What?
30 seconds in, I already faceplant. Let me brush myself off.
How about I speak in favor?
Oh, you'll speak in favor? Sorry, you're going to have to change your comments. Don't put that in the record. Okay, no one in here to speak in favor. And now I'll invite you to speak.
Designated Commissioner Fuller. Commissioners, thank you for your patience today. I realize it's been a long day and I appreciate your attention. My name's Ingrid Richter. I am a broker and managing director of Olive Real Estate Group. We have been representing the Rowley family for about 3 years on a variety of real estate issues. I just want to introduce Todd Rowley is with us today. Their family has owned about 60 acres along this Mark Shuffle corridor. If you look at the exhibit that we handed out, tried to sort of show you the lay of the land, so to speak. The Rowley family has run Warehouse Options. They're a shipping and storage container business. And the sons have taken over the company after their father passed away. So there's a lot of history and complicated title work on this corridor with the expansion of Mark Shuffle and with the massive development of mostly residential that is now surrounding this legacy industrial property. I do want to start by saying I believe we as real estate professionals would agree that metro districts play a key role in comprehensive planning with respect to public infrastructure and services that are needed to sustain growth and development. And we are here because we absolutely are not in opposition of this metro district. However, we would like to ask your consideration for some conditions of approval that we feel are important. There's some historical information I'd like to go through so that you can understand why we're asking for these proposed conditions. Over the past few years, we've coordinated a few meetings with Mr. Langdon and Mr. Dossi, and we've had some success. As recently as a few weeks ago, Mr. Langdon contacted me and said, hey, I'm going to do a topography survey of my whole area. Do you guys want to join in? We'll save some money. Terrific. That's great. We'd love to. But over the years, we've had several conversations, and perhaps wrongly, we have assumed that if one of us was going to move forward with development, that they would at least inform the other party. We weren't informed that the district was being filed. We have not received notice. I'm not sure what's going on with notices from the county or the post office, however, but nobody has received notice, and I'm not sure if that's a requirement that surrounding landowners receive that for the district. There were historical obligations in this corridor that the Rowleys thought Constitution Heights Metro District was responsible to construct. So they were kind of waiting for some direction to understand when those types of obligations would be fulfilled. I want to note we have a considerable amount of respect for Mr. Langdon and Mr. Dossi's expertise. They have been terrific in putting this metro district together, and I understand it's what they need. However, we're really disappointed in their transparency and their ability to collaborate with us when we've numerous times asked them for some collaboration, even to the point of telling the planner that we are not being cooperative, it's just frustrating and it's not true. So I'd like to just give you a little bit of historical context so you can understand why the Rowleys have been frustrated. That you have in your packet. And oh, I'm sorry. They are proposing to put that drainage corridor within a 40-foot platted drainage easement, which is adjacent to the Rowley's North property here, which, terrific. That's exactly why that easement is there. However, during that call, we discussed traversing the Rowley's property down to the south. Right now, the special district plan ends that drainage corridor here at the north end of the Rowley's property. What we're asking for is some kind of a definitive alignment, which is urgently needed to support our current site planning and future land use approvals. We're happy to commit our engineers' expertise to work with their engineers to finish how this corridor should work. Here is what the Rowleys have been dealing with for the past 10 to 15 years. This is the drainage channel currently behind their property. They, again, were under the impression this was a Constitution Heights Metro District responsibility. We had a discussion about historic flows. Whatever's happened to the north of this property, and I'm not pinpointing Mr. Langdon here, there's been several somewhat siloed land use approvals for various residential developments, even past Constitution Boulevard, that's left this corridor in a shambles. So they're confused about who's responsible for taking care of this or whether it's their responsibility. This is the unconstructed Colorado Tech Drive, which again, they thought was the responsibility of Constitution Heights. It looks like that's getting put into this Metro District now, which is fine. They really like to see it get done. So we really would like to request that we insert a condition of approval that we have a definitive alignment of a drainage corridor so this area can move on with land use approvals, both for Mr. Langdon's property and the Rowley's property.
And I would like to speak to that later.
Put the bookmark in.
Thank you.
Here is the district infrastructure for the roadway plan, which we absolutely agree with. This is Colorado Tech Drive, and they're proposing a southern access road here. We have previously requested that we, the Rowley family, get access off of Colorado Tech Drive and have not been able to get a definitive answer from the developer, even though it is a platted road, because that makes a huge difference in what we're going to do to the south and how we access that property. So currently, the proposed roadway ends at the north end of the property. We believe that transportation within this entire corridor needs to be considered. And again, are asking that a proposed transportation plan and access program is entered as a condition of approval. Here's all of the platted access points currently on these properties, and we need some kind of a transportation network so we understand what's happening with these properties of Mr. Langdon so we can move forward with rezoning and planning our property. Here's Omaha here, Venture Street is here. Mr. Langdon and Mr. Doster were contemplating a platted road potentially through here, which we haven't found that document. Here is where they're planning that access road from Colorado Tech. So I just want to whoa. Let's just see if I hit the back. There we go. Hit the wrong button. I want you to just take a look at this in context with the entire corridor, right? That's the issue here. We would like the extension of the drainage and transportation plans to include our property. And we're happy to pay for our project team to work with their project team. I think if you look at this area in its entirety, we're looking, at another $40 million potentially of improvements. We are completely landlocked here with the Sand Creek Channel, and we have nowhere else to turn but to work with the developer to get our land use approvals, as I've said. In my letter, I mentioned a settlement agreement with the school site. And I'll be honest, we were curious if the school site was available for sale, which was why I found that document. But the context here is really with other historical obligations in this entire corridor. As you can see, it's been surrounded primarily by residential now over the past 20 years. There have been numerous development agreements and subdivision improvement agreements, Board of County Commissioner resolutions with various conditions of approval. And now we have a 4th district that you're potentially approving today or recommending for approval today. We, the Rowley family, don't understand whether all of the obligations in all of these previous agreements have been fulfilled. We are aware that there was some kind of a default on constructing Colorado Tech Drive and that the county did pull or did redeem the bond to construct Colorado Tech Drive, which still has not been constructed. Mr. Langdon has mentioned to us that we're going to be responsible for a lot of cost recovery obligations. We have no idea what those are, and we'd like to know what those are so that we can start planning potentially another district, which we don't think is advisable because of the county's policy about proliferation of districts. We would like to be included in this district so that we can plan all of those cost recovery obligations together so that we understand what our infrastructure requirements are going to be. So if financial participation is expected from us, there's no other option for us than to ask for inclusion into the district. As I said, we're prepared to proceed with development, but need some answers to ensure a comprehensive planning solution and an equitable infrastructure participation process is achieved. I noted too that the district, it looks like the district is having authority to proceed with eminent domain if necessary, which would need to have Board of County Commissioners approval. But if they would like to come through our property, boy, we'd sure like to negotiate that now and not deal with an eminent domain action in the future. Again, we're not opposing the formation of this metro district. We're simply requesting inclusion into the district to avoid disproportionate financial and infrastructure burdens resulting from the fragmented planning and unresolved historical obligations tied to adjacent developments. The Rowleys need certainty and transparency, communication, and collaboration to proceed with their entitlements to develop their property. There was a note here about underlying development approvals before you can be included into a district. I'm a little confused because I don't think that Wilshire has their underlying development approvals either. I could be wrong, but I did not find those on EDARP. So the development of the surrounding Mark Scheffel corridor highlights the consequences of fragmented infrastructure and siloed land use approvals, resulting in incomplete roads, poor drainage corridors, and recurring flooding on the Rowleys property. We're asking El Paso County to implement a mechanism to comprehensively plan critical infrastructure for the remaining developable area and to ensure all previous development obligations imposed by the county have been fulfilled. Approving this metro district without addressing the issues presented here today forfeits the opportunity to implement a comprehensive infrastructure strategy for the South Mark Shuffle corridor and places a disproportionate financial burden on the last property to develop, which in my opinion undermines our whole comprehensive long-term planning goals and regional fairness overall. So as such, I have drafted a memo that outlines some of the conditions of approval that we would like you to consider. Different than what we went through in this presentation. But we're asking for your consideration for a more comprehensive solution for this corridor, rather than continuing to piecemeal all of these little puzzle pieces, because what's left will not be sufficient for the Rowley family to ever develop their property. So I appreciate your time. I appreciate your attention. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Any questions from the commissioners? Thank you. Is there anyone else here against the item? Would the applicant like to come up and address us again?
Now I get to say good afternoon, Planning Commission. Let me see if I can get to my presentation. Carrie's going to come up and tell me I'm doing it wrong, I'm sure. Let me see if I can get there. I did it. Good. Okay, so I think a lot of good points were brought up by the applicants, or excuse me, the opponent's representative. I want to walk through, if we're talking about history, some of the history between the two different ownerships that we're really talking about here. And just for reference purposes, I'm going to say Mr. Langdon and then the Rowleys. Probably easier that way than LLC, whatever. There has been interactions over the course of the last 2 years between Mr. Langdon and the Rowleys. I think what Ms. Richter stated was there's been a few. There's been a lot more than a few. And I think one of the challenges that Mr. Langdon has, and with this district, is he's really being asked to plan the Rowleys property for them. And over the course of the last 2 years, he's reached out to them to say, look, we need to be talking together to plan these things, because they're part of the same drainage system. They're part of the same access management plan in that area. And all of that needs to be talked about, right? Mr. Langdon has moved forward with the Wilshire PUD, which has been on the books for as long as I can remember, having worked at the county. And so when we talk about underlying land use approvals, he has his. And I think Carrie covered that too, that the PUD is in place. So when Ms. Richter was asking about, does Wilshire have the underlying land use approvals, a hard zoning, which is the PUD, is exactly what staff is looking for. And the reason why is because PUDs, or even traditional zoning, provide what is the maximum developability of the property. So whether it's unit count or it's commercial square footage, and why that matters is you use that to build your financial plan that supports your district. If you don't know how many rooftops you have and you don't know how much commercial square footage, you really can't put together a financial plan. It's sort of made up right at that point. The Rowleys don't have any of that. They've taken no steps to rezone the property to something that would be supportable in a financial plan to go into their own district, or even to bring into Mr. Langdon's district. And if we were to come to you and say, we want to include these as future inclusion areas, as recent as this kind of round of special districts, staff has said you can't include something as a future inclusion area that doesn't have the underlying land use approvals, because you can't show it in your financial plan. Otherwise, you're just making up numbers. it has to be based on something, and that something is hard zoning. So it's fundamentally very difficult to bring in a property as a future inclusion area and try to sell it to you all and the Board of County Commissioners on what the actual development potential of that property is if there's no hard zoning. And as Carrie covered, all of their property is currently zoned either I3 or I2. Maybe that's the highest and best use, but probably not based upon what we're seeing in the corridor. It's probably going to be residential. They do have an issue that I think is a very sizable issue that Ms. Richter did not bring up to you, which is the southern part of their property is encumbered by the airport ADNL noise contour. That is not a little thing. What that means is, generally speaking, you're not going to get residential development. You might get some commercial development, you might get industrial development, but you're not going to get residential development. I think that there's a chance that they work with the airport and resolve that, but that all is going to have to be resolved before they ever get to zoning, because you're not going to get residential zoning. The airport just flat out won't support it until there's some resolution of the noise contour issue. I think Ms. Richter brought up the issue of access. And I think it's important to point out that there is probably better access to their properties today, the Rally's properties, than you would see along most major arterial corridors. There's an existing access already from Feathergrass, stubbing right into the Rally's property right here. It dead ends literally right there. So in terms of figuring out where those alignments are, that one's already set. There's a road actually on the ground today. That provides access to this piece of property that the Rallies have, which obviously is also adjacent to their other property. So in terms of being able to access that property, it's already provided for by the Feathergrass development. But on top of that, there's also a right in, right out off of Mark Scheffel that's existing today, right in this location. So in terms of the southern property, they have 2 points of access, which is, as you guys know, the requirement for developing anything. With regard to the northern property, Venture Street is already a right in, right out off of Mark Scheffel as well. They take immediate access off of that today. I just provided a little bit of zoom in so you can see this is a dedicated right in, right out off of Mark Scheffel. And then there's a right in, right out here. It's not nearly as improved, but that turn lane backs way up so that there's an allowance for right turn movements into that property as well. So hopefully that resolves the access issue. I think in her letter, Ms. Richter brought up Omaha Boulevard. Where Omaha terminates is not part of the districts. That property there is not within the district that we're proposing. All of the district properties are the ones in orange or yellow. So this property down here is not a part of that. What I would expect, and because having been on staff side of things, right? When you talk about access, staff's going to be looking for Mr. Langdon to provide some sort of access down along Mark Scheffel, sort of a frontage road through the proposed commercial district down to this property. And there's a very good reason for that. And Ingrid did talk about this. You have this channel running here. If we don't have to cross the channel more times than necessary, that's great. It's very expensive and it's a lot of work. So staff's going, when we get to the preliminary plan and final plat process for that property, I would expect staff to say, we need to be able to stub out access to that property. Mr. Langdon's never been opposed to that. We're just not at that stage of development. You don't plan those locations with a service plan. You do it as you're laying out the development, because you have to get contours, you have to do surveying, you have to provide for engineering design of those roads to see where they need to go. Plus, you got to be able to lay out those commercial lots and figure out where does it make sense to put this road. So that's going to happen, and that'll be something that staff asks. With regard to Omaha Boulevard, same thing, right? That road's going to have to come into this property. That's really going to be on staff to say, we need to have an access there. Not to mention the fact that it's probably going to be the second point of access for any development in this area. So you can expect to see that in the future. But again, that's not something that gets planned. For one, it's not even part of the service area, but it's not something that gets planned with a special district service plan. I touched on this a little bit in terms of underlying land use approvals. Again, all of Wilshire's PUD. We submitted the service plan back in May. It wasn't until just recently that the Rally submitted for their EA, with staff to talk about rezoning. That actually happened on July 18th. And I covered the airport issue with the noise contour. There's a lot of work to be done on the Rally's property before I think staff's even going to entertain the idea of including it in their own district or within the Wilshire district. So I went in, Ms. Richter, to her credit, did say that they were having an EA meeting with staff. I went in and listened to that early assistance meeting. I was curious what their plan was for the property, but some of the things I heard were a little bit concerning. Given the letter that you received, talking about how Mr. Langdon has not been cooperative in trying to plan with the Rallies. At the 2-minute, 18-second mark of the recording, Mr. Rally acknowledged that they've been neglectful in doing what they should be doing with respect to entitlements, so that they would be in line with everything around them. And one of the things that's around them, obviously, is the Wilshire development, and even stating that they were behind the curve. And I agree with that. And I think that's something that Mr. Langdon's that's the reason why he's been reaching out to them is we got to catch you up so that we can plan together. And then further into that, with reference to Mrs. Richter's letter that states that Mr. Langdon has not been reaching out, at the 54-minute and 25-second mark, Mr. Rally himself states that he has been resistant to meeting with Mr. Langdon, and suggesting that even though Grant had suggested that they should come together and build Colorado Tech and the drainage together. Immediately after that, at the 54-minute and 54-second mark, Mr. Rally states that Mr. Langdon met with the Rallies 2 years ago and suggested that they do a metro district to build the overall drainage. So it's a little bit, I don't like using this word, but it's a little bit disingenuous to say that Mr. Langdon hasn't tried to work with them. And maybe it's an understanding of how long these processes take. By reaching out 2 years ago, I think Mr. Langdon gave them an opportunity to come alongside, get their zoning in place, and plan their own development. And admittedly, they were resistant to meeting with him and coordinating. Mr. Rally I quoted him as saying in that meeting, maybe Mr. Langdon should do what he's supposed to do regarding the drainage. And after that, we can figure out the rest. That's actually what's before you today. Mr. Langdon took his cues from them and said, okay, I'll move forth my district so that I can build the drainage on my property if you're not at that point where you're ready to start planning for your own property. Some of the comments that came up regarding the drainage, Mr. Rally in that meeting called attention to the drainage. And it's probably best to back up and just give you an overall perspective. Nothing in what's been developed in Feathergrass comes into this channel behind their northern property. So the pictures that you saw, I believe, were taken from this stretch of the channel. What has caused the erosion in that channel, because I've walked it myself, is everything that's developed up here, but more specifically north of Constitution. What you're seeing is historic releases of drainage in this corridor, but when you meet historic with developed flows, the duration of that release is longer. And when you have sandy conditions, which is why this is a tributary of Sand Creek, it's very sandy conditions, that's where you get that erosion that's occurring. It really is a corridor issue, but it's with each development that they're going to be responsible for channelizing this, slowing down the creek, adding in riprap and drop structures so that that doesn't happen. But each development along the way has been responsible for that. It's unfortunate the Rallies are kind of at the lower end of that, but they're going to be responsible for that, just like every other development north of them has been. And I think there was a comment about you can't just stop the design of a channel or the construction of a channel at a property line. That is what happens every day in this county. A developer's not going to plan an entire channel for miles and miles south of their or downstream of their property. And they're responsible for what's on their property. And that's what their residents who are getting taxed through the district are paying for. They're paying for their impact and needing to channelize that channel. There are two existing ponds that serve Feathergrass. One is here. Believe it or not, that's a pond that does not have an outlet. It's dry most of the year. And then there's another pond located here That takes some of the flows from over in this area. You can actually see the drainage. This pond discharges into this small little tributary, and that comes in down here. So that doesn't have an impact on the Rowley's property whatsoever. And again, this one has no outlet, so it's not putting flows into this area. Another thing that I added to this slide is the Rowleys have actually filled in part of this channel. The historic flow of this channel, as Ms. Richter showed in their map, their desire to kind of reestablish that brings that channel this way. So some of the problems they have, particularly in this area, and I've seen that myself firsthand, walking the site with the Rowleys, was caused by them filling that channel. They don't have any approvals, no engineering plans that have been approved by the county to fill that channel. So they've created some of their own issues. And I touched on this. I'm not going to belabor the point about having those underlying land use approvals, only to say that we've been told by staff, you can't just include property or even show as future inclusion area if you don't have that hard zoning. That's really what we're talking about when it comes to Rowley's property. I'd be happy to answer any other questions. I also wanted to, Mr. Langdon went through his phone records over the last, okay. I'll let Mr. Langdon cover that. But it's really speaking to his attempts to coordinate with the Rowleys. And he's got firsthand account of that. So unless there's any questions for me, I'll turn it over to Mr. Langdon.
All right, let's go, Mr. Whitney.
Just a couple of sort of 50,000-foot questions. Would it be fair to say that if this were all done together, it would benefit you as well, the Langdon's property as well, if this whole thing was master planned together?
I guess I'm not sure what you mean by the benefits to the.
Well,
to
I
the
mean, would it be beneficial to you in your district if their portion of this area development were developed at the same time? If you were doing it coordinated, would that be a better outcome than piecemeal?
I would say that there's a potential for some shared costs. You know, construction costs are kind of construction costs with exception to mobilization and maybe some engineering design cost savings. The physical improvements, though, you know, from a linear foot standpoint for roads and even the channel, those are kind of going to be what they're going to be. As we know with inflation, the longer you wait, the more it's going to cost, you know.
And are we talking about, you said earlier on that you were anxious to coordinate with them, and they've said they were anxious to coordinate with you, and it just hasn't worked out. So is this a timing issue? In other words, you're ready to roll now and they're not ready to roll? Is that what we're talking about?
I think that's what we're saying. I mean, we've got hard zoning, we've got a district. The channel on Mr. Langdon's property has already been designed and approved by the county. Ms. Richter talked about, we just need to know where that channel is going to come in. It's already on approved plans that El Paso County has approved. So that information's out there. But all of that work, that engineering design and getting zoning, it takes time, right? And to hold up this district because they've done, frankly, none of that really doesn't make a lot of sense. It doesn't mean that they can't be included later. And that might make sense.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And that's the only point that I wanted to make, that the service plan does allow for an inclusion of property in the future, if that would be appropriate. And there's also the opportunity for us to come back to you and then the Board of County Commissioners and amend the service plan if we needed to add a new district, right? Say it needed to be industrial to cover their property. But really what we're talking about today are land use issues, and that's not what's before you, very similar to the folks who are opposing the zoning request earlier that were talking about transportation and traffic issues. This is a land use issue and doesn't have to do with the Metro District, which is before you today.
Thank you. Any other questions up here? All right, Mr. Langdon?
And okay, thank you. I'm feeling somewhat maligned here, and I wanted to set the record straight, and hopefully you'll give me a few minutes to do that. I am the original developer of this property, and I've owned parts of it for, well, I've owned most of it for over 20 years and parts of it for 25 years. Unlike what Ms. Richter suggests, it's not my practice to try and develop a property without coordinating with the neighbors. So for example, in the lots that are finished, when I did that in 2005, I worked with the developer to the north. I assisted him in his development. He assisted me in mine. We formed the Constitution Heights Metro District to carry out certain work and to pay for a substantial part of the Mark Shuffle Road improvements. And we worked together closely. I've done probably 50 real estate developments in my life, and that's pretty much what I do all the time, is contact other landowners who may be looking to develop. Now, in this case, there was an issue with, well, let me start out by saying everything that's in pink here I've owned, or everything that's undeveloped in pink I've owned for 25 years. The part that's just south, the part that's Venture Street was a small subdivision I did about a little over 20 years ago. And I sold part of that. The part that's part of what the Rowleys now own, I sold that to Gary Bjornsrud, who was their uncle, and I take it they acquired it from him. The property to the south, that's I-3, that says Rowley owned, the parcel to the very south, that was originally about a 75-acre parcel, again owned by their uncle. I bought the half that's to the west that Omaha dead ends into, and I own that. And I worked with Gary at the time to get that property sketch planned. And so the sketch plan for my parcel is residential. The sketch plan for their parcel is industrial. Now, the long, skinny piece, approximately 20 acres that's in the middle, was a problem. And the reason it was a problem is that the owner, John Richardson, had bought it out of foreclosure and had no intention of doing anything with it. I'd had discussions with him and was told he wasn't going to develop it, he wasn't going to sell it. He planned on basically holding it until his death and letting it just be part of his children's inheritance, and which is fine. He's entitled to do that. Now, he wasn't uncooperative, so when we did the development to the north, for example, we had to realign a sewer line that was going through his property. We took out an old sewer line, put in a new one. He gave the easements. We got along fine. But because that parcel was in between the Rowley parcel to the south and our parcel to the north, it made it difficult to plan going between those properties. Then in October of 2022, Mr. Richardson was trying to sell that property. He changed his mind and was going to sell it, and realized that in order to package the property to sell it, he needed to get some kind of planning done. And so there was a meeting with the Rowleys, with Ingrid, with me, and with the various representatives. And it was a fairly lengthy meeting. And basically what I was doing at that meeting was providing them with information, but I was also telling Mr. Richardson and the Rowleys that I wanted to develop my property, and in order to do some of the planning, and when I say my property, it's not just the property that's in the district, it's also the 40 acres that's west of their south piece. I needed some input from them. How did they intend to develop the property? Was it going to be industrial? Was it going to be commercial? Was it going to be residential? All of those are going to affect the roads. For example, I didn't want residential roads going into an industrial park and industrial traffic going through my residence. I also told them that there was an issue with the channel and that we needed to get some resolution of where the channel was going to run. Now, what Craig said is that I had planned the channel through my property many years ago. Actually, I planned the channel through my property and all the way down to Sand Creek, including the channel through Rowley, adjacent to Rowley's property. And that was a plan that I got a loaner for. or not a LOMR, I got a CLOMR for, conditional letter of map revision through FEMA. I had the county tentatively approve the concept design, because that's what it was. It was a concept design. It wasn't a construction plan. And that was because at the time it appeared that there was no way that the Rowley property was going to be anything but industrial. And so the channel basically was designed to separate my residential from their industrial. In any event, in that meeting in October of 22, I told them they need to figure out what they're going to do with their property, how they're going to use it, where they want the channel run, because it wasn't up to me to decide where they wanted the channel through their property. And then we could work on road access and that sort of thing. And after that meeting, I got an email from Ingrid saying, "Thank you so much for the time you were able to spend with us yesterday. Grant, a special thank you for your expertise and the history you were able to share. The Rowleys and I appreciate the amount of time you were able to dedicate to the conversation. We will be in touch in the near future." I thought that was good. So I didn't really hear much until probably about the beginning of January of 2023. And I made arrangements with Ingrid to meet again with the Rowleys to go over these issues. Now, what was important about the meeting in February of 2023 is the Rowleys at that point had agreed to buy out John Richardson's property. So that got rid of the block in between. So I was hopeful that we would have a good meeting and they would be able to at least go away with enough information to come back so that we could plan things in conjunction. That meeting in February of 2023 was canceled at the last minute by Ingrid, or by the Rowleys. And the email I received basically said that they were having issues with the county over their illegal filling of their property, and they wanted to deal with that first, and Ingrid would get back to me. Now, the dates I'm relating to you are from my written records, emails, that sort of thing. I believe, but cannot document, that I tried contacting Ingrid probably about every 6 months after that. I would put it in my calendar and, are we getting anywhere? But in any event, the next item that was documented was, there was various things going back and forth in early 2023 and with Ingrid, but nothing much came out of it. Then in July of 2024, Ingrid contacted me and asked if I would attend a meeting with their engineer to look at the drainage. And they wanted me to participate in the cost of a drainage study for the channel. And this is a big channel. It's, 1,560 cubic feet per second. So if you imagine a 40-foot wide channel, 4 feet deep, moving at about 7-8 miles an hour, that's what it's meant to. Most of the time it's completely dry, but in a flood, that's what it carries. So I was a bit taken aback, but fine. I'll meet with her and her engineer. The reason I was taken aback was because she already had a copy of my CLOMR, including the design for the channel and all the hydrology that was laid out in the CLOMR. That had been provided to her back in 2022 when we initially met. I assumed she'd forgotten about it. But in any event, I met with their engineers and with Ingrid, not with the Rowleys. And just to be clear, I have never met with the Rowleys other than October of 2022, at least on these issues or anything to do with this property. I met with them I met with Ingrid in July of last year and went through the drainage and basically told her and the engineer that I intended to develop my property and if they didn't want to cooperate, that was their prerogative. They didn't have to, but if they didn't cooperate, I was going to have to proceed. I would make the decisions that I thought were appropriate. They may or may not like them. It wasn't a threat. It was just, I can't plan their property. And At that point, Ingrid understood and she said she would get back to me. She never did. So then on December 10th of last year, and I've never actually been sure exactly what Ingrid's position in this is, but whether she was just a commission realtor, whether she was supposed to be a development consultant, whether she had some financial interest in the property, and I actually still don't know. But in any event, having not heard from her and reaching a certain point of frustration, I phoned the Rowleys at their office. And asked for Todd Rowley. He was out. I spoke with Jock Kramer, who I knew worked with them. I didn't realize it at the time, but apparently he is one of the owners of this property. He's identified as an owner in what they submitted to staff. But I spoke with Jock and explained to him my position, which was, I'm going to proceed with this. You guys should get on board and at least decide where you want the channel and where you want, and how you're going to use it, so I can try and address that in my road connections. And he agreed. We spoke. I'm not sure exactly how long we spoke for, but the telephone calls lasted about 15 minutes. But we agreed at that point that we would meet again in January when the Rowleys were back. They were out of the office for some reason, the Rowley brothers. Then on January 10th, I phoned and spoke to Jock again. That's January 10th of this year. I spoke to Jock again and was told very briefly, we're not interested in doing anything at this point. There's no point in having a meeting. So that's how I came to proceed with this plan. Now, as Craig had mentioned, this basically what we're doing is a PUD that was approved 20 years ago. And we're largely consistent with that PUD. They've mentioned the Colorado Tech extension. I'll point out that there have been two phases in the lots that have been built. So everything from the north, from Palmer Park down to Colorado Tech was built as phase 1. And then Sioux Circle was built as phase 2. That was done in about 2014. Phase 1 was done in about 2006. And then phase 3 is the parcel in the southwest corner that's identified as a PUD. That has an approved preliminary plat, and we started construction, ran into some water issues, and put it in abeyance for the time being. With phase 3, we were building the extension of Colorado Tech, and that's why Colorado Tech has been delayed. But that's how we came to be here today. And I've asked Ingrid a number of times. I've asked the Rowleys when we met, and I've asked Jock Kramer when we spoke on the phone, give me some input so that we can decide something. For example, as I mentioned, the original channel alignment went down and ended up running between the Rowley property on the south and my property on the south. I didn't think that made much sense anymore. And when I met with Ingrid last year, I said that I intend to run the channel, and basically at the south end of my property, it just kicked over maybe 50 feet to start that curve. I intend to change that and not kick it over 50 feet and just have it run straight down. Because that's what makes sense to me. If you guys want something different, let me know. But with respect to that channel alignment, they have never come back to me, ever, and said, yes, we want the channel there, or we want the channel someplace else. The first I saw of it was when I was watching the recording of their early assistance meeting last week, when they conceded to county staff that, yeah, maybe it should run straight down and then kick over into Sand Creek. And then they showed a drawing today. That's the first I've ever heard of it. I've never heard it from them. And as far as access through my PUD for their commercial, or for their development, I want to know how they want it developed. In the early assistance meeting they put in, basically they had their whole property as residential, a combination of high density and low density residential. We'd provide access for that in a certain way. If they want commercial along Mark Scheffel Road, we'd provide access for that in a different way. If they want heavy industrial along Mark Scheffel Road, or even their whole property, and keep in mind the Rowley properties are currently zoned heavy industrial. They can put in concrete batch plants. In my commercial along Mark Scheffel Road, I intend to put in a nice local shopping center. I don't want concrete trucks going to a batch plant through my shopping center. Currently, they have a right-in, right-out access. They'll probably only have about 7 acres between the channel and Mark Scheffel Road, maybe 6 or 7 acres. Because, well, their property to the south that's zoned I-3, about 10 acres out of that 20 acres is actually Sand Creek. Their property goes all the way to the far bank of Sand Creek. So, and Sand Creek actually crosses Mark Scheffel Road north of their property. But those are the kind of issues that we need to deal with. And the only reason we haven't dealt with them is because for the last 3 years, they've steadfastly failed or refused to provide any input of any use. And the position we're in now is I want to proceed with my development. There is a preliminary plat for the 44 lots to the west, and there is a design for Colorado Tech Drive that the county has. But everything else is going to need platting. It's going to need preliminary plat. It's going to need final plat. And they'll have plenty of opportunity to make their representations at that time. Essentially, what they're either asking for is that this be delayed, and which puts us back a full year because we're just in time to be on the November election, which is not fair to us. Or they're asking for us to agree to things that we may or may not agree to because I don't know what their plan is for their property. They've never given me a plan other than what I saw today or what they presented at the meeting, although they've had lots of opportunity to, and they've been requested by me to do that. The other possibility that I see here is they're trying to extract something from us. So it's unclear to me, but it seems that they're looking for our district, me and my property buyers to pay for the planning and the construction of the drainage way through their property, which is simply not our obligation. And I don't know what else they're asking for. But now, Craig did say, and I want to contradict him, that we would be providing access through our commercial to their property. It depends what they do with their property. If that property down there is going to be commercial, similar to what we're planning, I don't have a problem with that. If their property is going to be heavy industrial, I do have a problem with that, but that's something we can deal with when we come to the platting stage. And just on that point, I'll point out that the subdivision we did on Venture Street is about 14 acres. It's served quite adequately by a single right-in, right-out. The property to the south has a right-in, right-out. It's probably going to be about half the size of the parcel that's on Venture Street and is adequately served, again, if it's going to be industrial. We're not trying to be difficult, and I've just reached the point where I want to proceed with mine. If they want to get on board, that's great. But at this point, to include them in the district is impossible. We don't know how they intend to plan it, what they intend to do, what they want to spend, what kind of money their district's going to generate. Any of the things that we would need to know to include them in the district. And moreover, I don't think they're ever going to be there. Their goal here is not to develop the property. I'm a developer, I'm developing mine, and I'm going to sell it. Their plan is they want to sell their property and they're trying to polish it up for a buyer. I would be very surprised if a buyer doesn't come along and say, oh, I don't want this that you've already planned, I want that. And, if they get a buyer and they want to do something, that's great. But, and this is not, they've got time. I want to get the 44 lots underway and Colorado Tech underway. Then at some point, probably, we're probably talking 2 or 3 years from now, we'll end up planning, we're going to plan the rest of it before then, hopefully within the next 12 months. But they've got lots of opportunity to address that and deal with it. And I just want to make the point that there's been no obstruction from our part, and we've endeavored diligently. And, the real question is, how many times do I have to be told no before I take no for an answer?
Thank you. All right. Is that it for the applicant? Let me check my list. All right, then we are going to close for comments and we'll bring it back up to the dais for any discussion or any more questions for staff. No question? Mr. Moraes?
The Carrie was coming up to actually say something. Or are you here for questions?
I'm just here for your questions.
Okay. Well, I might as well ask. Any thoughts on what the opposition brought in terms of conditions of approval?
I can address that if you'd like.
Well, there we go.
Erica Keach from the County Attorney's Office. Legally, there is not a basis to mandate inclusion of other parties or adjacent property owners into a special district.
Thank you.
That was it for me.
That was my question too, if there was an obligation to take care of the downstream neighbor, but it's the rules. Got it. Mr. Shipples?
Yeah, I just got a question. Yeah, I know this is zone PUD and it's been done in preliminary stuff, but if changes happen, does that come back to us? Is that an administrative change when they kind of finalize that PUD? Because he talked about different roads going through. Well, if he does industrial, commercial, those things could change. Does that come through us or what?
Okay, so we're going to break this down. Currently, the planned unit development in the area here on the screen is conceptual. So when I depicted the approved PUD on the plan, you'll notice that it didn't have specific streets and layouts. It just talked about an overall density and land use. So we call that a conceptual PUD. So typically you're going to see a site-specific PUD or a site-specific rezoning or a straight zoning come before you with a preliminary plan and final plat. So yes. However, for the property down on this very lower portion here, that property is site-specifically zoned. It already has an approved preliminary plan. It actually had a final plan that went all the way through the process and then stopped because some of the improvements that were required didn't occur. And I think we've heard a little reference to the county calling a bond as a part of filing 2. So the southern portion will not come back before you, assuming that they move forward with the approved preliminary plan design that they have. The conceptual portions in hot pink will come before you for a final zoning and preliminary plan, sir.
Any more questions? The chair will entertain a motion.
Ms. Chair?
Mr. Moraes.
With regards to agenda item 3G of file number ID 255 for a special district service plan, Wilshire Metropolitan Districts 1 and 2, I move for approval in accordance with the attached resolution with 6 conditions and 1 notation, and this item would be forwarded to the Board of County Commissioners. And with the knowledge that the applicant may modify the language regarding the interaction between this district and the Cherokee Metro District.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Shipples? All right, I'll call the vote. Ms. Jack?
Aye.
Not going to call myself. Mr. Moraes?
Aye.
Mr. Shipples?
Aye.
Mr. Troberg is absent. Mr. Whitney?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, and that will be forwarded to the Board of County Commissioners. All right. Last but not least, regular item 5A, WV 251, a waiver for the Mariah Trail waiver. Wow, that's a mouthful. Let's see. So we will have planning come up and talk to us first. Cool.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. If it's okay with you, I'm just going to present in this format. So my name's Kylie Bagley. I'll be presenting on the waiver in front of you, which is file number WV 251 for the Mariah Trail waiver. Daniel Torres was the engineer on the project. In front of you is the criteria of approval for a waiver. I'll just leave this in front of you and you can read it, unless you would like me to read through it. Maybe not, I won't do that. Okay. So the request in front of you is for a approval of a waiver from section 8.5.1.c of the El Paso County Land Development Code, which requires that land being dedicated to the county be free and clear of encumbrances. The property is located in 19205 Mariah Trail. Currently, the property has an existing access easement that runs through the property and allows access to the neighbors to the east and then the east of that eastern property. So these two neighbors have are easement holders. This is that section of the Land Development Code, in case you want to read it, but it does talk about dedicating land just needs to be free and clear of encumbrances. So the property at 19205 did get approval for a final plat last December. This is the current layout on the screen, and it's kind of hard to tell, but as you can see, Mariah Trail is a county road, and it ends right at the property line. So with this final plat, which will create 6 lots, Mariah Trail will extend down and then extend to the east to give access to those eastern properties. And then there'll be access easements down to the south. The 16-foot access easement is depicted here, and it does cross at the bulb, and then at this portion of Mariah Trail as well. In a few slides, I'll show you a redesigned version of this final plat that just shows that 350 square feet of the easement will be in the actual proposed right-of-way. The applicants have revised this plat to show the existing Mariah Trail, or not the existing, the proposed Mariah Trail to the east as a tract for future right-of-way. So that's why we don't need the kind of this portion right here to be vacated as well. So the applicant has worked with staff has worked with the easement holders to obtain signatures and was not able to obtain those signatures to vacate that 350 square feet of easement. They have also talked to the neighbor to the north to talk about realigning Mariah Trail so that the stub or the cul-de-sac would not be within that access easement. Unfortunately, the property owner to the north was not agreeable to them purchasing land to redesign the road. So here's just an aerial image with the existing access easement overlaid. So it does start at that northern property line, comes down, and then curves back up. So again, this lot owner is an easement holder, and then the one to the east as well. And then we'll kind of just zoom in a little bit. So as you can see, it's just right here is 350 square feet that they're requesting that waiver from. And then as I mentioned, they did work with one of the easement holders to redesign the final plat so that there'll be 2 tracts dedicated for future public right-of-way. So this tract that goes through the property to the south will allow the property owner, DKSS, which is 2 properties over, future public access through a publicly dedicated road. And then the property owner to the east, Mrs. Donahue, if she ever sells or wishes to develop, can use this tract to become public right-of-way. So if this waiver were to be approved, there will be some implications for the county. So if the waiver is approved, then the county accepts the dedicated right-of-way, it would have an underlying access easement. So the rights of that easement holder would be superior to those of the county, and in the event of a conflict, the easement holder would likely prevail. So I know that's kind of a lot of information in a short presentation. Is there any questions?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Ms.
I
Whitney.
want to make sure I understood what you just said.
Okay.
So if this waiver were granted, it doesn't get them anything necessarily if there's a dispute down the road.
I'm not sure if I understand
If
that
the
question.
easement holder, is the easement holder we're talking about the one who's unwilling to approve?
Mm-hmm.
So if we granted the waiver and there were a dispute between the easement holder and the county at some point down the line, nothing's changed. There's still no permission.
I'd refer to our legal for that question.
I may understand what you said
Okay.
incorrectly, so.
That interpretation is accurate. When the county accepts a dedication of right-of-way, it takes that property interest subject to the pre-existing interest in the property. So that means the county and the public's interest is subject to the rights of those other interest holders. So a superior interest would still be maintained, not by the county, by the, yep.
Oh, microphone.
Sorry, I think what I asked was, and I think where I think I'm coming out is even if we were to grant this, there's no indication that the person who's asking us to do it is going to get what they want if there's a dispute down the road, because the easement holder can just basically trump our approval.
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and granting this waiver would not take away anyone's access as well. I just want to clarify that. They'll still have access to their property. They'll be able to still use that easement to get off the public road and onto their properties as well, if I didn't make that clear.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, Mr. Moraes?
Was it looked at to move the road west 30 feet,
Yes, it was. So they would need to purchase property from that northern neighbor.
the northwestern neighbor?
Yes, and that neighbor was unwilling
To sell.
to sell, yes.
Okay.
Any other questions up here? My question is, what's the worst case scenario with this easement and how it would affect? Like what could someone do without vacating that easement?
If this waiver is approved, it would be dedicated as is with that tiny encumbrance. I can't offer legal advice as far as speculating about what may or may not happen in the future, but
So it's an easement. So we're talking about 350 feet on a 60-foot wide road. So how is that, like 10 by 35? But anyone can drive on that easement, but that neighboring property has a specific right to that easement. Am I missing something?
To what you may or may not be thinking, but the request is to waive just the yellow highlighted portion, and if approved, the county would take that with the minor encumbrance.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, guess we'll get the applicant.
Perfect.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for your patience and your time today. Thank you for bearing with us. I know this is the last matter. I'll try not to take up too much of your time. I think the county's already given a very good overview here. First, I want to introduce myself. My name is James Tilton. I'm with Monson Cummins Show and Farr. We represent the land developer, Wayne Anthony Custom Homes, who has been working with the property owner, Mr. Kirk. Wayne Anthony Custom Homes first handled the submission of this property subdivision for Mr. Kirk back in 2023, which, as you've already heard, was approved last December. Let me see if no, that's not it. There we are. Here's the property on this map here. The star depicts, that's Mr. Kirk's property, and the blue line is Mariah Trail as it exists now. This is a brief history of the subdivision and the application that went through here, which I've already pretty much covered. I do want to emphasize this was originally a 75+ acre property. It was divided into a 35 acre and a 40+ acre parcel. Mr. Kirk's is a 35 acre parcel to the left or the west. Like I already said, Wayne Anthony Custom Homes submitted an application. We went through the whole process, notice, public hearings, addressed comments, made adjustments, have continued to work with the county regarding that plat map as you saw previously. We are asking you to grant a waiver of section 8.5.1 regarding the public land dedication. As was already said very well and probably better than I can say, we're asking the county to give us a waiver so that you will allow Mariah Trail public access road to be extended onto Mr. Kirk's property. I want to emphasize that that's public. It's not private. It's not limited to any particular individuals. The neighbors will still be able to access Mariah Trail going south and access that cul-de-sac if they so choose. And then from there, they will be able to continue on and continue to use their access easement that Mr. Kirk previously has deeded to them. The factors the county has to consider in granting this waiver, I'm not going to go through all these right now, but I'll continue on my PowerPoint. We'll touch back on these. The encumbrances on Mr. Kirk's property, it's going to be public land. We're asking it to be, it's Mariah Trail, it's a public right-of-way. The existing encumbrances are, as already identified, those two access easements, DKSS LLC, which is the further east property, and then the immediately east property, Miss Donahue's. I want to highlight in that second map that was shown to you, Mr. Kirk's already agreed to dedicate over 37,000 square feet of his land for a future Tract B. That Tract B will have to be developed whenever Ms. Donahue or a subsequent property owner of that property decides they want to subdivide. The county has requested that, and Mr. Kirk's agreed to it as part of this proposed subdivision, which helps further ensure that someone isn't going to have to come back here to ask for another waiver or additional steps. We're planning ahead. Also, once that Tract B is triggered and has to be developed, the existing easement at that point, if the county wants to, could have it removed and go away, because at that point there's no longer any need for it.
That's why the Tract B is going to be there, is to ensure adequate means of accessing what is now Ms. Donahue's property for an increased number of people. And the same for that Tract C, which runs north-south, guaranteeing future access whenever the lot to the south is developed by Mr. I believe it's Colt Hogan. And I may have mispronounced that, Colt, I'm sorry. This is the plat map pending approval. That Tract B is the one running east-west. Tract C is the one running north-south. And then as pictured, there's the 6 lots. Also depicted on here is the existing, there's the access easement that DKSS holds, which mostly comports with the driveway that Ms. Donahue currently uses to get to her property. Again, you guys have already seen this, but this is a zoom up view of the 350 square feet. This is all we're asking for. The rest of the access easement is not a part of this waiver. It's not a part of our request. It will remain in place. As has been identified by the opposition in some documents submitted, that may continue to be a issue that perhaps needs to be litigated. We'll see. But as far as what we're here for today and what we're asking you to grant us, it's simply that 350 square feet so that Mariah Trail can be extended. I would also highlight, granted it's only 350 square feet, but it does reduce the length of Mr. Kirk's driveway, which Ms. Donahue's access is over, which reduces their shared maintenance expenses. Also, as I've already highlighted, this plan does ensure future public access for properties adjacent to Mr. Kirk's, both to the east and the south. We're asking you to grant the waiver of this requirement under the county code. I believe public policy favors that. I'd highlight also this land was always zoned RR5. It's consistent with the county's plan. At least as long as Mr. Kirk has ever owned any portion of his property, which dates back to 2013. It's always been RR5. That's always been the intent, and it seems the long-term plan for this property. He didn't have to rezone this to make 6 lots. It's not open space. It's not historically used for recreation. And again, it's a very small portion of the access easement that we're asking this waiver to apply to. By granting this request, you're not depriving any of the property owners of access. The proposed plan will ensure additional future access when they're subdivided. It's not going to inconvenience anyone unreasonably. I'm sure there will be some minor inconvenience when Mariah Trail actually has to be physically extended. That's inevitable, but I don't think that's unreasonable. And it's not going to injure the easement holders or the public. Going back to touch on the factors you have to consider. This is consistent with the El Paso County's master plan. It's also fair to Mr. Kirk. He's gone through all the process. He's made every effort he can to use this property that he received through a divorce matter with his neighbor, Ms. Donahue. It's also his private property, and he's simply trying to use it and enjoy it as best he can. Sorry, this is too small. There's not going to be any subsequent waivers. I don't see how there could be. Mariah Trail at this point ends at this property. It's not foreseeable that there would be a subsequent waiver you have to consider. It's not going to be detrimental to public safety, health, or welfare. It's not going to cause injury to anyone, including the neighbors. Circumstances in this situation are unique. Mr. Kirk was deeded this land, and it's his right to use it how he would like to. And his plan, as I understand it, is to keep one of the lots for himself and build a home for himself on it. At this point, I think there's a residence on there, but it's not what he would like to live in and retire in. And this is the means by which he can do that for himself, is to use his lot, his property, and enjoy the portion that he's going to keep. As far as the non-economic hardship, frankly, that relates back again to the fact this is Mr. Kirk's property, and he's wanting to use it and enjoy it as is right. There's not going to be any effect on zoning provisions. It's zoned R5. And this waiver is not contrary to any provisions of the master plan. Again, the zoning. And I would also highlight, just touching on Mr. Whitney's question earlier about potential risks. Again, I think with those tracks that are being guaranteed by Mr. Kirk for future development, at the point that those adjacent properties are developed, at that point, the county could require that these remaining easements in place be removed, including the one which will still at this time be senior to the county's own, those 350 square feet of Mariah Trail. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions, as is Mr. Kirk and my client, Mr. Darren Straub of Wayne Anthony Custom Homes, if they're better suited perhaps to answer a particular question.
Thank you. Ms. Jack?
I have a question. We have a letter here from the Norris Family Trust against this. Do we know why they oppose it? It's not clear to me. Maybe it should be, but it's not. Pardon?
Norris Family Trust.
Norris Family Trust, Richard and Lois Norris.
Admittedly, I don't recall seeing that letter in the county's.
It was in our packet today.
Oh, I haven't seen that. I'm sorry.
So it looks like they're opposed to it because they feel that no ruling should be approved that will set a precedent to allow any such waivers to be approved with the county. So they're worried about future implications, is what it sounds like to me, if this is approved. I do not know where
surrounding property, or
I do not know where they're
okay
located.
Any other questions?
I had a question
Mr.
since
Schibel?
both the applicant and the
Planner.
staff is
Not so
there.
fast, Kylie.
I kind of want to try and clarify this in my head. The 350 square feet is Kirk's property, is the applicant's property.
Yes, sir.
It's the easement on his property that he's given to the neighbor,
Yes.
that the neighbor is not willing to release that easement, even though the road would go there and be a public road. So it's not her property of the 350 feet that we're taking or trying to take or do anything. It's just that easement
Correct.
that would still remain there that she uses to get to her property through a driveway, which now is just going to become more of a road, right?
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that was still the
Am I wrong
applicant's
with
property.
that?
It wasn't the neighbor's property.
No, you're
It's
correct.
just the easement would stay in place where normally we'd have to vacate it to make it part of the road.
Yes, and normally it is vacated under the county's rules and code. Is in this instance, we've been unable to reach an agreement by which it will be vacated.
Okay. But that driveway easement would still be in place in the form of the road, so still driveway road access.
Yes.
So the easement goes from being the neighbor's easement to El Paso County's easement. It just piles on top of it?
I believe the easement remains as is, and the county just has a public road on top of that 350 square feet. The rest of the easement will stay and remain as is.
Okay. Any more questions? Mr. Whitney?
I'm sorry.
No, let's,
I'm with
this one's
Mr.
it's a
Schibbles.
weird one.
Mr. Schibbles, that was a great question. So let me ask it the other way. So I'm assuming that this 350 feet has to be dedicated to the county. Why?
And Mr. Whitney, that's what we're asking for the waiver for,
I
is so that
understand.
we don't have to dedicate it.
Yes, but the underlying request requires, section 8.5.1.c requires that land being dedicated to the county be free and clear of encumbrances. Why is the applicant dedicating it to the county?
The road?
Yes.
They'll be dedicating that road because Mariah Trail, which is to the north, is a public road, so we do require it to be a continuation of a county.
And if the waiver isn't granted, what does that do? Where does that leave the parties? You've still got real estate, gravel, whatever you got. You've got access. Is that public access or is that private access at this point?
I believe that, I'm not sure what the language in the easement
Yeah,
says.
I'm trying to figure out
specifically.
if no waiver is granted, where does that leave the parties? Where does that
I think
leave the applicant who's trying
I
to?
believe that they'd be in the situation that they are now, where they can't record the plat based on the land development code.
Okay, so the absence of a waiver would preclude this development from going forward.
Correct, unless they find another alternative, which they did try to move the road and
Thank
were
you.
unsuccessful.
That's all I need to know. Thank you.
Mr. Torres, do you have something you wanted? No? Are there more questions from up here? My question is, what does county engineering think? Like, do you think this is a big deal? I mean, ideally, we don't want to have a waiver, but.
Daniel Toles with the Department of Public Works Engineering. As you said, ideally, the land development code is written so that we don't undertake any encumbrances on right-of-way. If I may go back, do have see the actual impacts. So this is a little snippet of their construction drawings. The darker gray is the gravel road extension that they're proposing. So within that area, the portion that would be impacted of the actual roadway is approximately 150 square feet. So as was mentioned before, the roadway would be built on there. It would be more of a minimal impact in terms of the actual roadway, as it's only 150 square feet that's being impacted. You still have 26 feet of available roadway for cars to get through if for some instance that was blocked or anything like that. As the county attorney indicated, the easement holders' rights would most likely prevail over our rights if let's say we need to do some maintenance or something like that, but I believe they would have to prove that we would be unreasonably blocking their ingress and egress access, but I kind of defer to legal.
So could that easement holder can't go put up a fence or something and block that off, could they?
I do not believe so, but I would.
Because it's a public road.
Because it's the landowner's property. Well, this would be county property, but the easement, the language, as I read it, is for ingress and access only. I'm not an attorney, so I defer to the county attorney's interpretation of what may be allowed.
Oh, you're a smart man.
Just I'll respond.
You got it.
Thanks.
I have a question.
Mr. Moraes.
Could this be built as a private road, like, get a waiver to county standards from the ECM and all that?
No, since Mariah Trail is a public road, as Kylie indicated in the Land Development Code, the continuation of public roads, and also for landlocked parcels such as the neighboring lot to the east, Ms. Donahue's parcel. Per the Land Development Code, the continuation of roads and providing access to those landlocked parcels are required. That's why the county identified that east-west connection there, such that if that owner of the parcel, whoever that may be, decides to develop in the future, they have the ability to construct a roadway to their parcel for their subdivision.
Gotcha.
So looking at the text of the recorded easement in EDARP, the purpose of the easement is to provide open and clear access via the driveway. And it is recorded as an easement deed for ingress and egress. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? All right.
Thank you.
Now I will do it in the correct order. Is there anyone here to speak in favor of the item? All right, come on up. Please sign in. Tell us your name.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Colt Haugen, and as you can imagine, I'm referenced in a number of these documents around here. So if you're looking at your map, I own 4 parcels that touch this, okay, own and manage. So I own the 2 to the south, okay, and I am a partner in DKSS as one of the co-managers on the big parcel to the east. I'm also an executive of a trust that owns 40 acres just to the south of my 62 acres. And I own another 5-acre parcel right there. And I just sold another 36-acre parcel on the other side. I kind of know where you're going and what you're doing here, right? So I'm in support of this. And that's probably an odd request. One of those easements that they're asking to vacate is mine, okay? On the DKSS property that goes all the way across over there. I am in support of this. I have agreed to vacate my easement with Mr. Kirk and Wayne Anthony Custom Homes. I think you're going to hear some things today that are a roundabout way, but I have found them tough but fair. And I believe they're going to tell you they have found me tough but fair. So you saw the 2 plats where they started and where we ended up, okay? We ended up there because I wanted to see something where I would have a north access out of one of my parcels that goes up into that subdivision through the middle, where if I ever wanted to subdivide the 250 acres that I currently own, that someday I could do that without having to have a whole bunch of problems or anything like that. The county was on board with it. I met with Kylie and the attorneys and I met with everybody 100 times, did it great. They did a great job. Thank you. And I've reached an understanding with Wayne Anthony Custom Homes, Mr. Kirk, on how this is supposed to go. Also trying to be a good neighbor. I've made many overtures at Ms. Donahue, trying to help and make sure that we can get everything everybody wants out of this situation. And I just don't believe we're going to get to where everybody's going to get everything they want, okay? This is a beneficial subdivision. This is a beneficial subdivision to me as an adjacent property owner. I love the access. Darren, Wayne Anthony was kind enough to go through the HOA documents with me and help me understand what they were allowing homeowners to do and all the other pieces. They've been gracious in that, and they've worked very, very well for me and with that. So I understand that this is an odd request. The waiver I've agreed to sign, no problem. I absolutely think you should support this and give the waiver. Mr. Kirk deserves to do with his property what he wants here, and he's been a good neighbor to me. All right. Any questions for me?
Thank you.
I'd love to answer any questions.
Any questions up here?
You know?
Nope.
All right.
Thanks for
y'all.
coming.
Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else here in favor? All right. We're going to go for anyone here opposed.
Good afternoon, Deborah Fortenberry. I'm here on behalf of the person who is Arvana Donahue. She's the neighboring property owner and the easement holder. And if I could get to the documents that were submitted, I'll sign in. But to start with really at the beginning, I'd like to start with what the purpose of a waiver is for, because that's in your code as well. We've jumped to the criterias for approval, but we haven't really looked at the purpose. The purpose, according to 7.3.1, is to provide for flexibility in the application of the code when a subdivision design standard is inapplicable or inappropriate. We're not asking here for a modification of a subdivision design standard. We're asking here for a variation of the criteria for dedication without encumbrance. Ms. Donahue's property right is a right of use. Just like Mr. Kirk wants to use his property, she wants to continue the right as a private easement holder to use her property easement without the burden of a county road on it unless that right is acquired. The way that we solve development issues when there are competing property interests is there's an acquisition. If there's not an acquisition, then the county's action of platting over her private easement is a taking of a property right in violation of the Constitution. So that's the opposition here. And we have been in active negotiation with the developer and Mr. Kirk and his attorneys, even this week, to come up with an agreement, an enforceable agreement for the things that they're proposing to compensate her for her property rights. And we just haven't gotten there yet. But the purpose of the waiver is not for changing the dedication obligations, which is a provision in the Land Development Code at 8.5. Rather, it's a modification of the design considerations which are at 8.4. So I don't even think we should be talking about a waiver for this objective. What needs to happen here is they acquire these rights that they want to use. They want to use over her right of use, right? This is a prior recorded right of use, which is enforceable. Mr. Haugen's easement is not the same as Ms. Donahue's easement. Ms. Donahue's easement is for the existing driveway. The existing driveway has not been surveyed. The location of the existing driveway has not been surveyed into the plat. What's in the plat is the legal description for the 16-foot access easement, which is Mr. Haugen's easement. That's a different document and a different easement. So to say, make the representation to you today that it's however many feet, 100 feet, 200 feet, 300 feet, I heard some different calculations. That is imprecise. So the scope of the taking of the right is imprecise because it hasn't actually been surveyed. The as-built driveway that's been there for decades is not what is depicted on the plat. What is depicted on the plat is a legal description for Mr. Haugen's easement. So I think there are some things here that are lacking in terms of what you need to have before you. But I first start with that. This is not within the scope of the purpose for a waiver. So that's thing one. Second, when we get to the criteria, which I don't even think applies because we shouldn't be considering a waiver in this situation. But the purpose and the intent of the code clearly is to require fully dedicated unencumbered rights when the county's going to build a road or when the developer is going to build a road and dedicate it to the county. So I think that it doesn't meet that criteria of a mandatory finding there. We already heard from the developer's representative that there may be requirement of additional waivers because when they go back to develop this, they're going to want a waiver for the extension on the east-west. And there's a large section of the easement that crosses that east-west Tract B. Tract B is not going to be owned by the developer indefinitely. It's going to be held by the Property Owners Association. Whether or not they're going to interfere with Ms. Donahue's easement remains to be seen. But there's nothing in the platting process that prevents that. So that's a significant concern and potential for interference with her property rights. Detrimental to the public safety. I believe in your packets you have seen photographs where the developer or Mr. Kirk, I call him the developer because he's the applicant, he has put timbers into her driveway, obstructing her access on her driveway. Those were installed in the last couple of weeks because they didn't reach an agreement. And so it's those kinds of, it's really a breach of the peace, a breach of her access rights that he's interfering with. And so he doesn't come before you with what we call in the law clean hands in asking for an accommodation from this body. And so that's another reason why we think you should deny the application for waiver. Her right now, before they removed the timbers a couple of days ago, they're laid off to the side of the road at this point of the driveway. Fire trucks could not get to her home. She couldn't get her hay wagons through. She has 5 horses she has to provide for. And I think this is all in your packet. You're looking at me quizzically, but that's those photographs that we submitted so you understand how the efforts at negotiation have gone awry. Installing timbers in someone's driveway is not a negotiation strategy that's appropriate in this circumstance. And so if you deny this request for a waiver, Mr. Whitney, I appreciate your questions. What happens is the developer goes back to negotiate with the property rights holder and reach an agreement. And we're ready to negotiate. That's why she's hired a surveyor. She's hired me as a real estate attorney to know, to put together something that would work for her and protect her rights. But we're asking you to deny this because it is not properly before you. Next, so there is injury. There's already a risk of safety, health, and welfare. She can't, fire truck, there's a fire on her property, couldn't get through there. And that's something that the developer has decided is appropriate. There's nothing to suggest that he won't do something like that when he decides he's going to build out the road. So again, the lack of good faith, fair dealing, and clean hands is of great concern for us here. This request for waiver has nothing to do with the uniqueness of the conditions of the property, which again gets back to the purpose of the waiver. This is a ordinary garden variety developer needs to acquire the rights. That is true for every development. Every developer has to purchase the property rights to submit an unencumbered proposal of dedication to this body. And so I think it is inappropriate to vary that. And then so the demonstration of hardship is about non-economic demonstration. How is this property not going to work without a variation of a design criteria? That's what we would typically be talking about here. And he can't demonstrate that because this has nothing to do with uniqueness of property. It has to do with an underlying and superior property right that he has not yet acquired, so he can dedicate the property to you. Let me see if I can pull up a couple of things here. Okay, thank you. So there's my explanation. I get into the purpose of the intended purpose of the waiver. We submitted the Barren Lands surveyor's report that comes to the opinion that she does have an enforceable easement along her driveway. So that was something that was challenged by the developer until we came up with a surveyor's report, which we did. And then we have okay, thank you very much. That's the 4 pages, but I wanted to just pull up the photographs and make sure that you've had an opportunity to see those. Can you tell me where those are? No, I'm down the wrong rabbit hole. You think this one? Oops. Here. Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. No problem. So when I talk about the timbers that were placed in the driveway, as a negotiation strategy. This is what I'm talking about. This is the driveway she's been using for the last 4 or 5 years, consistent with her driveway easement, which is the language of her easement. And so when things weren't going the way that they thought they should be, they placed these timbers in front and then redirected her route across the pasture land. She ended up having to cut her fence to get to her property. Unclear why.
Is what you're describing as timbers those metal poles?
No,
like signposts?
actually, if you see those wooden, there are 2 wooden timbers placed in the driveway. Not sure if I can blow this up. Maybe I can. Thus. So you see those 2 uprights there with the dirt, et cetera. That's what was placed by Mr. Kirk to stop her from, this is her gate. And so then he put up these T-posts where she was expected to drive around through the pasture to get to her property. So there's kind of a better picture of those things. So again, this matter should be negotiated. The rights should be acquired. There should be compensation for property rights. That's how we do things in this country in accordance with the Colorado Constitution. We don't take people's property rights, neither by obstruction and a breach of the peace kind of action, or by asking the county to ignore the private property rights and ignore the obligation to require unencumbered dedication. So I'd like for my client, Ms. Donahue, to step up and just briefly speak with you sort of eye to eye so you can understand a little bit about what's been going on for her.
Hello, my name is Arvanda Donahue. Thank you for allowing me a few minutes to speak here. I hear all of the presentation from the beginning, and I'm thinking to myself, 350 square feet, that doesn't seem like a lot to really have gotten us to this point. What I would just ask, a couple of things, is it is more than that. It is more than 350 square feet. It is the access of my driveway that I have legal access to, that this is a part of. But if you allow a waiver that would then take away my property rights, that would not be in accordance with what the state of Colorado, I believe, would be looking to have happen. I didn't walk away from negotiations, as has been presented to you. We presented negotiations just yesterday, my attorney. So we haven't walked away from negotiations. Because the negotiations aren't necessarily going in the way of the developer, the response was to block my driveway, to put posts in front of my gate, and to force me to cut my fence, to drive around to get to my house. There is no way that a fire truck or an ambulance could have ever made the angle that I was forced to do with my truck for the last 6 weeks to get to my property of my legal driveway that I have easement to. That is more of what is of concern to me if you are considering the waiver. Because if the developer isn't happy with things that go forward in the future, what could happen? Is there going to be more gates? Am I not going to be able to have access to my home? Am I not going to be able to provide the care that's needed for the horses, my responsibilities? It isn't been shown to me in the last 2 months that anything is above and beyond what they feel might be needed to do to get me to agree to vacate 350 feet. I would ask that we are allowed to negotiate, that we are allowed to handle this as a transfer of property rights, change of deeds, everything that is needed to do to protect me and my access to my home. Thank you.
Any questions? I have a question for you.
Me?
Well, it might be for your attorney as well. I keep hearing this taking of a right with regard to her personal easement versus this becoming a public easement with yours, with a superior. How does that take away from her right?
So when the county builds a road and occupies the location of her driveway, that interferes or damages her driveway. I mean, it may not, as a matter of law. And so to damage a right, meaning the county is also occupying her driveway, right? That's the proposal.
Well, it's not her. She has an easement for it, so she doesn't own it. I just want to make sure I understand.
She has a right of use.
Yes, so the road would improve what's there. So how is that? I just want to understand. I don't think we're here about 150 feet or 350 feet. We're not here about, this is personal. And I think we can all let's just acknowledge what's going on here. I'd like to have two neighbors in my county that get along. So it's like, that would be improved. What does she want?
She wants compensation.
How much?
For acquisition. That's a private matter. We're in negotiations. So we haven't reached an agreement about compensation. But it's appropriate if we're going to vacate or occupy private property that it's purchased, that it's acquired. And
I'm not trying to discount. I think that for us, like when we're looking at going outside of what we would normally do, if her request is she wants $1 million, that probably doesn't make a lot of sense. So we don't even know if what's happening here from a negotiation is in good faith or reasonable. And so that's I think what this group is probably trying to get their arms around. It's not that much space, and we have people that clearly don't like each other. Mr. Whitney?
Madam Chair, to your good question, I was going to, counsel, I apologize. I'm going to put you on the spot here a little bit in a second. To follow up on your good question, if I understood what was said earlier, even if the waiver were granted, nothing's taken from your client because your client's right is superior to the county's insofar as that easement is concerned. That's number one. And number two, my question to you, ma'am, is this a proper subject of a waiver? Is council's interpretation of the land code on that which is subject to potential waiver a correct interpretation, or is this subject matter one that a waiver could be granted?
To clarify first, if the waiver is granted, the easement is not being extinguished.
Right.
So you're correct in that
nothing's
she would.
taken.
Correct. So there is no
The right she has
taking.
today is the right she'd have tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay.
And if I understand your question with respect to the land development code, in order to dedicate this free of encumbrances, then the waiver.
Well, and I asked my question poorly.
Okay,
Let me go back, and I do that on a regular basis. Council went to 7.3, I think it is, of the code, and described to us what is a proper subject of waiver, and argues that this is not a proper subject of waiver. Does that make any sense? If you look at 7.3, it articulates the purpose of a waiver, and she argues that this does not fall within that definition of the purpose of a waiver. So what I'm really asking is this subject waivable?
So while Erica looks that up, I'm going to address that from the perspective of the planning department.
Good.
I mean, the section of the waiver clearly states that we can waive, I mean, it's listed as a waiver type, that we can waive the ability to take an unencumbered property through the waiver process. I mean, that's the section of the code that Kylie quoted to you in her slides, where it says, we as a county want to take unencumbered property as dedication for anything that we take, including roadways.
Okay.
And the process by which someone were to say, we are unable to dedicate to you, but we still want to dedicate to you unencumbered property, is from a planning perspective, the waiver process, which is why we put this on the agenda for you today.
perfect.
So that's my planning director answer.
No, perfect. I'm not arguing it.
Yeah.
I'm asking whether council's interpretation of what is appropriate for waiver is as narrow as she believes it is. And I'm asking whether this is the kind of thing we could waive.
So I would agree with what Ms. Harrington just said. Also, I would just direct you back to the criteria for approval. I can't, that's your decision to decide whether it meets the approval criteria,
Okay.
but that's what you should be looking at when you evaluate whether this waiver is appropriate.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. Thank
Okay.
you very much.
I'd like to address Ms. Fuller's question.
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of the compensation request, we evaluated the benefit that the other neighboring property owners were getting in the process, in the plating process, and we believe that it's commensurate. What is being requested in terms of compensation is commensurate with what other people are receiving in terms of value. So it's not $1 million. It is not an outrageous request. It is a reasonable.
You don't have to tell us what
request.
it is, but if you don't tell us, we're going to guess, and it's probably going to be way
Madam
wrong.
Chair,
Mr. Shibbles?
I was just going to say, I think we're going down where we're not
Yeah,
supposed to go.
yeah,
That's-
I agree.
That's
Yeah.
not any of our
Yeah.
business. That's their business, and
Right.
we're
Yeah.
here for the matter that it is. And I do want to add that I think the opposition's time is up. We don't normally do
Yep.
questions back and forth with the opposition.
Agreed.
So
All right, let's.
if we could move on, and then I'll have more to say.
All right. I guess now is the time for the applicant to come up and rebut anything that's been said.
Thank you again for your time, all of you. I think many of your questions addressed or touched on what I already wanted to come back and touch on, as Mr. Whitney questioned and was identified by the county's council. This isn't a taking of her right. Her right is still going to be there. The easement is still going to be there. As far as the subdivision design standard, the Mariah Trail extension is part of the design of Mr. Kirk's property development. It is a requirement, as I understand, condition of the county approving the 6-lot subdivision, which again was already approved last December. As far as the question of whether or not this is the right means of being here, we had a meeting with Lori Seago on behalf of the county, and she told us that this was our, frankly, last recourse, is seeking a waiver, and that's why we filed a request for this waiver. We have continued to be in negotiations with the opposition, and as far as the remainder of the driveway and the easement in place, we will continue to negotiate and try to work this out. Frankly, without going into too much detail, there is a difference of interpretation of what exactly was recorded in the easement. Because it refers to the existing driveway and then provides a legal description which reflects DKSS's easement from 2013. I know my client had a licensed surveyor go out and stake what was legally described in those documents, and that curbs up going north off of the driveway before Ms. Donahue's gate. Again, I do not represent Mr. Kirk, and I won't speak to his actions that were discussed by Ms. Fornberry, as he's not my client. But I am told, and as I understand it, he removed any obstructions to her gate last week. And as I understand it, those are still have not been put back up. Tract B is going to be owned and managed by the HOA. We will plan accordingly as far as the rules of the HOA to ensure that it doesn't become an issue later on, with expectation that the county is going to want it dedicated to them as an extension of Mariah Trail. And Ms. Fuller, I think you hit the nail on the head, honestly. This is a personal matter. It shouldn't be. It's property. But it is very personal to the parties involved, the neighbors, being Ms. Donahue and Mr. Kirk. Unfortunately, I think at times that can get in the way of reasonable heads prevailing. Like I said, we'll continue to try and negotiate. I also, in agreement with Ms. Fortenberry, I'm not going to go into the details of exactly what has been proposed and offered and counter-offered. I will just say, as I think my client would appreciate, again, we did offer, or not we, my client offered to purchase property from a neighboring property owner to the north, offering 10 times the estimated value of that land, and was turned down. And that's simply just a fact. That was for, I think, what was it, 1,000 square feet, Darren? Okay, sorry, less than that. It was a sliver of land. Okay, it wasn't a lot of land. And I think offered over 15,000, and that was, like I said, $10,000 the estimated amount it was worth. I do hope that the property owners can resolve the rest of these matters, but again, those pictures, the gate, Ms. Donahue's means of getting on her property is over 600 feet away from the 350 square feet we're asking you to grant us this waiver on. And for all the reasons we stated earlier, we're asking you to grant your support of that waiver, and we'll be echoing the requests of that waiver before the board. Any further questions I can answer?
Any questions up here? Nope. Thank you. I guess that will close the public portion of this, and we'll bring it up to the dais for any comments.
I'll start it out, Mr. Chairman. I think what you had said earlier about property rights and easement rights is one thing that sticks with me. It's not necessarily a property right because it's still Mr. Kirk's property. The easement right, yes. If this goes through and the waiver is granted, that easement is still there. That easement right is still there. That's not being taken away. As Mr. Whitney said, what's here today is still there tomorrow. And so that part of it is, one of the talks about the legal description was my driveway. I don't work for a title company. I don't record stuff with the county, but I know they normally don't take a legal description that just says driveway. There's some kind of legal description that gives a longitude, latitude, feet, square, there's specifics. I can't speak to what's there. I saw the ones that were out there. And so that's a hard one. I can't speak to that, but I know normally it's not recorded as the driveway, and that's just given. Yeah, I mean, my final thing is I'm just, the easement would still be there. The driveway easement's still there. So with that, I would be in favor of this.
Thank you, Mr. Shipples. Anyone else? Mr. Moraes, then Mr. Whitney.
Yeah, I think looking at the review criteria, the one that I think is really jumping out at me and having a problem trying to wrap my brain around is a particularly non-economical hardship to the owner will result from a strip application of this code. And what it sounds like, it's all economics. It's, hey, we tried to buy the land to the northwest and couldn't happen. We're in negotiations with the neighbor to the east, and that's not going well. And it sounds like if this waiver isn't approved, that the project may fall apart. So to me, it's all an economic hardship. And if the waiver doesn't get it's all centers around that. And that is one of it's mandatory. It's a shall, and all those bullets are ands, this, and this. That's where I'm having a tough time saying we should should vote in favor of the waiver.
Thank you. Mr. Whitney.
Madam Chair, I agree with Mr. Moraes and with Mr. Shipples, and I guess what's unfortunate for everybody in this room is that I agree with Madam Chair's comment. This is clearly a personal fight, and it's plunked in the laps of the county where it doesn't belong, in my mind. But given what's at stake, and since it was plunked in our laps, I will be voting to approve the waiver.
Ms. Jack, any comments? And I will add my comments. I'm actually sad for both the applicant and the opposition. I think this has really consumed everyone's lives to a lot more than this needs to. And I hope that you will all find peace together and work this out, because it's a long life, and to spend your energy in this conflict has got to be really miserable. With that, I will entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Shipples?
with regards to agenda item 5A, file number WV251 for the project of waiver, Mariah Trail waiver, I move for approval in accordance with the attached resolution with 2 conditions and 2 notations, and that this item be forwarded to the Board of County Commissioners for their consideration.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Jack.
Aye.
Mr. Moraes.
Nay.
Mr. Shipples.
Aye.
Where are you? Mr. Whitney.
Aye.
And the chair will vote aye. This will be forwarded to the Board of County Commissioners.
Madam Chair, can I
Yes.
just make a comment
Oh,
on it?
yes, Mr. Moraes. Sorry.
In totality, I think this, I look at it going, I think it should be approved. I agree with the comments that are made, and I look at the other criteria, and I agree that they've met those. And the only reason I'm voting against this one is from that one particular non-economic hardship hasn't been proven to me.
Thank you. And I will add that I do believe that the applicant made every effort to not have this waiver and just wasn't successful. So there definitely that swayed my vote. Anything else from this group? All right, we'll see you in about a month.